Asempa FM. Oh yeah, don't papa. Asempa FM. Everywhere you are. Asempa FM. Everywhere you go. Asempa, hey. Asempa, hey. All talk all day.
Tomorrow, yeah, Monche, you, yeah, politicians, dear, yeah, they are no yet there. Honestly, and Tokwan see what Ghana in a man signing in a new Biana Debo. A near Mamunu, Ohia, any politicians. Asempa Kwabaka will take Remasono, a chance. I want to tell you, do your politics well. Don't let politicians deceive you. Muhu ya see one no one year chingia yan kunta go. Ye wi a ye frustra ko numti nam ne yewe. Mu ana moko. Me catch them on okware. There are people here enne wo muhu mi a wo musi wo muti ase. Osafo mafo o himfa enye MPP. Ni nua kuma ajemafo o NDC. Shelia Ite, or NDC, no a minister. Ninuya Penny Professor Ite, or MPP. NDC lawyer Larry Ajeti, or NDC. Ne Papa Wakababy, Peter Lajeti, or MPP. Samuel Jinapo or Himfa, or MPP. Ninuya Penny John Jinapo, or NDC. Me and me Jina Hay, me or MPP. Ninuya Penny Kamara or he, or NDC. Ye fear Dako. No, I'm Bedako. Me Martina, me Gina, me catch them one. Me who opposition da. Me party dia wa opposition. But me kasa me opposition. Look, what na ti ono. Look, me who opposition da. Me party MPP a opposition. But me dia me opposition. Me ko NDC wa power me didi. Kamara me ko no ma me score be ma me. And then me wa party me wa power. Bibi hia na obe frɛ me. Ye kasa da na ma who opposition no. Enti mondwin.
You see, in this country, I must be honest with you, we spend so much time paying people to talk. We don't pay people to think. If we pay them at all, we don't pay them well. This is what is the problem of this country. All the mature democracies and industrialized countries you've seen, they have always found time to pay people to think and not just to talk. Because every day you get up on your airwaves, what do you hear? Let me tell you, go to Burkina. We are importing vegetables from Burkina. Burkina is getting greener and greener than Ghana is. How many times do you hear people in Burkina knocking their chests and shouting about their achievements and what they are doing? The achievements are being felt because people are thinking about the future of Burkina. People are thinking and interpreting their environment and finding answers to the challenges of their environment. Here, and I keep saying it, in this country, I analyze the politics and make projections 10 years back, 10 years forward to see where Ghana is going to get to. If we do not change and look for think tanks that can sit down to think through our problems as early warning systems, every problem that is known and has been solved in some country will always come to us as a new problem. That's what I mean by paying people to think. All the researchers, go and see Ghanaians outside this country I have met. Go and see what they have been able to do for other countries because those countries are paying them to think. Some of them are not even interested in coming back to Ghana because nobody wants to become part of a talking society. They want a society that acts and achieves results. But who do we glorify? Those who can insult each other on the radio in the morning.
Who should take the blame?
All of us. Because I keep saying when people say the media goes to do it is not the media. Does the media sleep and just conjure stories? We send the stories to them. Because all this social security, corruption, whatever you are looking at, people are looking for these security outlets because the future is unknown. Who can climb the ropes in Ghana today fairly? Even university admission. People come to their MPs to go and assist them get admission. And when a country degenerates to this level, that politicians are now involved in academic decisions as to who gets admitted. We have a problem. I was in health. I went to interior. I got all the bad press in relation to not allowing these protocol things. People didn't listen. I said, don't worry. One day when you are traveling, you get an accident, and you are sent to the nearest health center, and the only person to decide whether you die or not is a protocol list who went to nations training with FFF. That is when you get to know why protocol doesn't work anywhere and why the politician should not be taking decisions on matter. Those are unpopular. It made me very unpopular.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's now do the 27th award for the night's radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morny, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020. Let's do the radio program of the year 2023. The sponsor of this award is the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA. What radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023? Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. Asonyina etie. Sa platform idea. Unyana betna subia na it's a privilege and an honor. Na yamu be so part of the inception of this particular platform. Shasi Ache, and no more answer on the Shasi. And we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
I mean, sure. Obi, yes. I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC, yes. They come here, yes. You ask the relevant questions, issues are discussed. And I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up. Keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law. I will do that. Practice your law. I have started. Obi, consistently practice your law. You can combine. You can multitask. Sure. Do your journalism. Do your media work. But practice your law. And your law will not depart from you. I thank you, Syria. I thank you. Ekosiisen is hi Asempa 94.7 FM. Asempa de enona obiati. Edu awia na maje ba bia aboso. Inti no Asempa FM de. Upo obeti. Yeah, that's it. Na de obi, is it the captain's band na bo. E de upo obeti no. Nyamisha mo bo adwuma. Yeah, that's it. Mr. Moatin on that tag code anu. Chairman Kojo Boatin akwa na pom to say Ekosiisen on Asempa FM. Na obo ade adarum. Obi so me hu wa check akra. Papa. I'm person me second, but the other say okay. The media is obi the body your entire he's a fine gentleman. Yeah. The trading policy. So they abedu. Na ye chia busuafo nyina o ma wa brochira itie wo but busuafo good alawe they love you too much. You see, I think you are doing a great job. Obi, say me pa bo nyina ne so beto aso dia wo ye. Amen. Na wo ye adwuma say na your encouragement. Say there is a bright future ahead of you. You keep it up. You ask intelligent questions. That be I me catch you. Me say I told you now me tifie na fle wo bisa na fle nipa na answers na e wo mu anọ dia be wo me say we arrest my case. Why are there? Chairman Akwaba that saying Obi me da se bebre nyame dia chen na me chia obi mu na Obi it's still raging for so much help. Asempa FM. Now you say they identify now uja no there to say adwumaden a wo ye ni say they still raging for you no Obi nyame Israbosu account nti uda na wo bompa ya abri nyina no ode na ho ode chewie pa no wada na sese wa ma onim dia utumi di yes adwuma because Eastern region ya one region now bibia obeye wo Ghana ha so mo ji utuma obeso sibi wa ji utuma wo so sibi nti ye chiao ene na se dem di kankan na Ekosiisen asabni nyina no Ekosiisen de ye kan nyina me say Ekosiisen Ghana for the day ni hone na ma ye nyina no Ekosiisen enti I think say nkofo a omutina se new program that inspiration omunya no Asempa FM but say tiasia ya better na kasa no I think say we have to understand the word Ekosiisen asam na wi nyina no and Ekosiisen ye be kan wa nyina de na bonten wo a wote console na chi de ATM me ame kasa aban panimfo nyina Ekosiisen ye wie ni nyina ye ko wie ewa bobo ano enti say oman na yeso oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoko na ye chichire a na Ekosiisen e de kan ma ye chia atifo na ahwefo titiri wona wa ma no ne ohwe sese weather e wo ho nyasam kitwa then so na mu show ise de sitenti enkofo agemira wona wo hwe no mfonni ehwe won so a wo tie no wasom so etie and so Ghana has so
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM
much be at 3 a.m. You know trotro for one so or your bojoboja enyuma Uber drivers, taxi drivers, workers, whether formal and informal workers. Baby bia for baby Ekosiisen your programmer omutie. Enti yada won so majemra omutie. Lawyer Andre Japamesa, a member of Parliament for the Second constituency. Honorable Akwabana, apom to them.
Yamungi bin, Adumarako, Nache,
Musu Wache, Kaka,
Papa,
Okoya,
Adumarako and Kakaka.
Fantastic.
Papa, I'm going to studio.
Oh,
the whole of 2023, and I believe a couple of months before the year ended. So Mamba. But it's always good to be here.
Yeah.
Now monitor papa so.
So
why I read the messages?
Me read. CEO of the Kingdom Group, Abekan Saiwaha, Ora Jonathan Amofa. Boss, na bibi akoye de.
Director, bibi akoye pa.
Me watch you.
Papa. Na ulu ku. Na ya de bia. Ya udi Ekosiise in there when tia untimi na. Now questions in there we my half of questions. Ayenchia.
Elder Amos Kevin Anan. Asori penya kwa ba net saying.
Me just so many obema. Official pa.
Official pa commentary. Official say na bibi akoye.
Official say na love. Yeah. Life lessons and a legacy in common. I told the park come as some of the idea you are. Oh, dear, new kind. Now, the boy on buying. Sure. That's in so Mujuma Pa Moody. Ekosiise so TM pa.
Yeah, that's it.
The Kaiser me called Nigeria last time.
Yes.
I was listening. From the University of Nigeria.
Yeah.
That was where I was based.
Okay. Dr. Edward Omaneboama Akwaba. Doc. Bokode
obi nyame adom
isi ache
emete won kan so ache
yeah fantastic. Congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you very much. But obo humodi so obo humodi area I mean ese ko Ekosiise nde it
but Asempa
yeah apart from me on air no mamento nka but I'm going to check it says what's here for you.
Sure, at you for Joso. That's it.
I listen to Ekosiise. For Ekosiise, I don't miss it. I think this year I haven't missed Ekosiise more than 4 or 5 times. I listen to Ekosiise every Tuesday. When I sit in my car, my driver doesn't tune to anything apart from 94.7 Ekosiise. I'm a keen listener to Ekosiise. And I listen to all the discussions, who is winning, who is losing, whatever. I listen to it every time. That is how come I understand current issues, because they are the most current radio station that discusses current things. That's why I love it. There are other stations, but I'm Ekosiise. I don't know why they haven't given me an award, because I am one person who listens to them, but they don't know me. Faithful listener.
Lawyer Sami Jemfi ewa ha mema na kwaba so Sami akwaba ete sen
onyame adom
bibi akoye
onyame di ache
aso oba ha ache
o frame ache o so frame ache but the bia mejebre eti remember munko biti Ekosiise and mama mo wabaso
that's it
one wo production team Mudi Juma Sombo my Ghana and congratulations once again for winning the radio program of the year.
That's it. We appreciate everything you also do for us. Monsomo ka hona adwuma na etimi kwa enim ti edamonso asepa for the support and everything.
More year program, political program, more something. And now come on, station a war, a ye gonja, and a program, Yabonra. And I come pay so a war, a year man pusia, and come on, Nairi program. Now, see a number 1 cry dear. We gamma Ekosiise and one.
Sorry, that's it.
Nice one.
Ekosiise, one Asempa FM. Ekosiise, one Asempa FM. Obi nebado, obibo, ode esempanabo. Ekosiise nie Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba obi som
ne kwan so ano yes the committee say yen hwese ne be na ya clear container no Because about 2,500 containers there, a dozen. Not demo regional, so a straw and a echo. Revelations no HSS, no more 2,495, about the 2,500 containers. And demurrage of 1.5 billion are echoes from the dozen. Now, and a committee in the day or more, and she more every day. It's shocking, honestly, very, very shocking. About 1,350 containers. Ira.
Hey. Containers.
Containers, full containers. Over 1,350.
A good port, honor. Now, there's a port security or honor there.
That is the point. ECG records now shows the containers, no, our ports. Umkoya is stock taking at the ports. Over 1,300 anyhow. Containers, they only send you mood. You can't, when you're out there, show bottom now, they have a baby. So, how those containers go missing and cannot be accounted for now? It's a very serious matter. It's a very, and we'll get to the bottom of this matter.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, sir, when the new government took over, of course, at the time, no, yeah, inventory, be who containers and they go, meboa.
The records no show say 2,409. That's the handing over notes.
Yes, yes.
Me call habo. Me need to form confirm it. Containers I won't say it's way. Okay, about 2,500. I'm the committee no go shim. No more than 1,300 ayra cannot be accounted for. They vanish from the ports. And
is it possible, sir, the Irana, the Irano was between time Amoko, any time a committee echo that period nana Irano?
Oh, this criminal investigation, yes, Romonye was established that.
Okay.
But clearly, no, I'm convinced it will be the area. And Uncle Fobina, Abo Omano, Omachichi, a free port war. And now, the free port on near Katia, they call ECG warehouse. The records and the tray will show about her at this date. Yeah, the port manager, Ben, and terminal manager, Ben, and Mark, when they receive the company, Ben, and Mark. So, the all this from customs, security, national security, clearing companies, ECG staff, somebody will be held liable. Somebody will be held liable.
Anyway, no for more, any containers and near my bane a womb.
Cables will move, stay near my womb, meters, near even a near man of crown, we have to determine near my work container name. Just an investigation, but this will be criminal.
Of course.
It will be looking at those who perpetrated this crime and they'll be dealt with. ECG procurement, Oma Kaine Estate Department of Boom. And Oma head of estate in charge of procurement. And Oma procurement director and Oma Kofi. I mean, why do you do this?
Hey. And that director, no, estate director, no, and a superintendent over procurement way mo.
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, we have to correct certain things there. Well, we can't continue like that. The first thing about governance is that you stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
Whilst looking for those behind and then going forward, you don't repeat such a thing. You know, your government is some clear directives, monitor it, and as minister, I would ensure that it's implemented.
What thing is for containers, when they say the value to container be as well, we are looking at bear saying.
Well, a container can hit between 300 to 500,000 US dollars.
One container.
One container.
$500,000 and
yes.
A move over 1,300 naira.
Over 1,350 naira.
But that's a lot.
Your warehouse. National Security will provide protection. They said they should take stock of all the serial numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Now you must copy to National Security, copy to Ministry, copy to Office of President, copy to ECG phone. Because one thing here, who can say 1,000 something ya kaya kosi baby yen. No be so dia fa ho.
Yes.
And no, I'm very particular about that. Because I'm paid you say yeah.
Wow. I mean, not me. It's also 500,000 now. You're looking at best $675 million. I mean,
no, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
They can't clear the containers, and yet they are ordering more containers. Maybe over 1,000. So we need to clear 1,000.
You have the guts.
Cables will be more, and then you are ordering fresh cables, same spec, same type. Now they can't wait home. It doesn't make sense at all, man.
Oh, but now had to say the yen di bonny. And yes, ya coach abrofunubi. Ye near mano, ya tomb be dia momo. China fuibia. India de manti de because me tiana meji update, but say India or no update account. The issue is a Japadi ECG when the nyasa kukudu no cotton de man kofono. No wonder. I buy betina kumyaso 8 good years. Mimi krum suma hin kroma anya extension 1 day krada. Nti ahoma na yakra de aba ye de betwe kane akọ nkuru nketo amu ni nkurase no. Mokoto ba na ma san aboni donkomi. What sort of criminal minded characters na ne de omobu o man. So your best ready security apparatus, we support them fully. Operation no matter sikromu ye, we support them fully because had it not be say Jina Pobe pass a comment and no more starting me and the Kikanwa and 40 containers no more retrieve no crank or moon. We need some 40 containers.
Yeah.
Per my message intel from the presidency, I mean, no, CCA.
Oh, public. Right?
Yes. So, Intina wa himfa. So, Nipa Bakwanga was by now, prior China locking ya Fenyo Markin, the former board chair of ECG, board chairman, board chair. Hey, when powers a good ano. Because we are about 2 years, see was near the identity officer. Akuya. Over 2 years, yes, at the office now. Ye see was near there. Sikabi Ukra or the 2 anymore, Yambash, to me, country, or council may try my board. So most of the institutions are power my colleagues, maybe I see you near the Adeno. When you are the office, what they propose there be a course or train board. I didn't think our train board because board don't know and the year country former institution at the Ejuma. It is a board chair now ye kwanchire for now all down on under your watch this mess are okay. Na change of government aba who kujina chance yemblemu custom for ni ECG minister honorable afenyo redraw da yina okai no kra ECG workers no monya akrom for custom for no omonya akrom for omu free abusuamu na yafa bi mu adwuma no mo ye adwuma ECG omu free abusuamu ni yafa bi mu customs te say de free abusuamu ye politicians no obia won adwuma awoye eno ntina politicians ni yenya political power na yes yenya political power na ye power di bia na de ama asimesi ana obenten se wo kona koda ha no nti ye de ma wo wie na se mess ne ba e wo se e fro ne toto ano so by now ye best national security for na mo na ma mo hwehwe container no nipa nka e wo sa mo chi no odikan afenyo markings mon chi no toto na no containers ni baby a bia onim. He must tell the people in Ghana why bone be ne de ayemo
Ghana fought to Obama end this overwhelmingly, mainly based on promise say they will recover all loot. Pressure everyone so across social media. Once Ghana for nyina air train say omonfa MPP for an court and there is pressure on him and that's why oye dear oye.
Pressure war said and so no obeku patent no. The pressure. Who professional na yedi adren na ekono. Enye chobo ni yedi kono. O the pressure also. Onia, we are lawyer ni zami atadi na pressure ni yedi law dia. And then one sentence on convert yourself to the court and just have an issue ya after the zone. Na happy is one on the at and for now on the Kasa, oh, Mr. Asana, President Mahama, and there is a rule of law. I think I'm very certain to press persecution. And hey, if you say, before the Kumana Sound, the Mobian Masijum, and then they descend and matter. Oh, this is a violation of the Constitution, and it's very sad.
Now, in your statement, no, that line said, O'Klein, no, a deputy director of NSB in 2016 during NDC time in government, no, the relevance in the statement, then.
I said, yes, MPP for no, you talent here, you party colors and country. Afana, what's one and they and then one about them. And this is time, no deputy. Your buyer was asked, oh, the more you use talent. And yes, man, dismissal here, we don't believe that. Obi no more deal, Obi no more deal. So long as there is a change of government through the constitution, let's have mass dismissal. Then who abides abide piano said a government will continue. I just said there is a proving wrong. The playable and your data the one really cry the innocent or suffer. And then you know. And then obviously you do wine and and if you know what to say, animal and he had to say, and then the public is entitled to information. What kind of information? Is it somebody's one-sided view or what is proving court? Yeah, the court now. Is it not an open court? The journalist can go there and still realize what is going on in the courtroom and inform the general public as to what the court is doing relating to criminal trial. Now, why do you start a criminal matter in the public space? Now, if you want to go out here, and go through when it's here. FPP judges no. Get the LGBT come out and the FPP judges now. I am as another Jawa. Now they are the four echo court near for torture. Young for torture then. Then the many are in 7 minutes. Of course, what the other one you cool, non catcher and it was a mountain boss. The wolf of school, moon back. You do call to them, I never. I want to get to them when you're fresh. Fresh, look at the proof you reliable at all. Look to me.
But are you by this insinuating, sir, press conference where you to put pressure on the courts?
No, to appease those friends saying constituency now, all your war drums, you know. Yes. So and first of all, the public is there's a pressure for them to hurry up with prosecution. So let's hurry up by declaring some people guilty before we take them to court. They said the Attorney General were too slow. A dominant don't do no matter. What? The chief and principal advisor to the president no. Or they about 10 answer and the president no. And you make to other Ghana.
Okay, but the other thing is
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye Ekosiisen ye Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba Obi som Oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie Oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Obi nebado biba Ode Asempa na bo Obi nebado biba Ode Asempa na Obi nie Ekosiisen ye Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba Obi som
Gentleman
Byakuye brejo tikronkwe chino mumaye nyinamum emfa akroye Byakuye brejo tikronkwe chino mumaye nyinaso so bya so kana benya koso kana betumpon Inti mumaye nyinaso so bya so kana benya koso kana betumpon
Safa sapeli sizo simnyama Iwasafa
Asempa FM
Safa sapeli sizo simnyama Iwasafa Maya kana Asafasa pelisizo sinyama Iasafa Isizo sabantu Alamula Anijaleni ko kelize Maya wamodo
.7 Asempa FM Sune. Check with your time, 34 minutes after 2 on a Wednesday afternoon, the 2nd day of April 2025. It's a brand new month, the month of April. Wow. That's the 4th month of the year 2025. Charlie. Afi Johnny Bruta. Already 3 months down. So that leaves us with 9 more months to go in the year 2025. First quarter of the year gone. And easy into Obibiya, said the Debiaya Kano, na Wayan and Tem. We are beginning a new month. And you say to yourself, say, this month will be different from the 3 months prior. Mamma Munyana Kwaba, na Menamwas, some of them Fidiano. Ato Asempa FM. Within your say Bonsu, Ofremi Obi Amejoso. I speak on behalf of the best production team in town, team led by Dominic Kisiyaboa, with support from Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei in Tiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Omaihene Kwabena Sante, and Ekia Boachewa Yadom. We make up the Ekosiise team. It's not to say at 6:30 p.m. in Ejumediano Eba area. Good afternoon, Ghana. Good afternoon, Accra. And to all our affiliate stations across the country from Tamale to Tikobo number 1, good afternoon to all of you and welcome to yet another exciting edition of Ekosiise. It's Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show, the reigning CIMG radio program of the year, Ekosiise on Asempa FM. Join us on YouTube, Asempa 94.7 FM. Uko YouTuber, subscribe to the channel. Na share a live stream, no live. Ewo YouTube, very important. On Facebook, we don't stream live on Facebook. Inti mwe ya mubusano. And the mamin sign can be stream live on Facebook. Bio. What we do on Facebook, they say, share short videos from the show on Facebook, but we stream live on YouTube. Into YouTube, subscribe to the channel, na join us live. YouTube. Oh, I join try now the go. Baby, I will share your information who ding fatuan, and then I'll acknowledge all of you. Your WhatsApp number, though, our message about any topic we discuss on this show, will be to me the first one brain 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443-523. Your WhatsApp number no 36 after 2. On my hine kwabena sante atenase. Ye de mehia sem segment no bremo. Enra, we told all of you say one story I take interest over the period. The ECG unaccounted for and as a missing containers scandal no on mining na edi hon komo over the period, at least since the last 1 month and ade yensa aka. Number one, the John Jenaport Technical Committee who put it together say Omunshe investigated the whereabouts of these containers. One more report the command sometime last 2 weeks. Yenya a copy of that report already. The ati womu and say, committee in the report by almost containers be ayera. There are some other very interesting details in that report, and I'll break the report down for all of you. Na munyina matiase. We've also intercepted some letters. No sono yebehwe ni yedi ho enkomo. Very, very important. That whole story no ene yebie ni nyina mu ewo ha. Because the issues go beyond partisan politics. By Beba will deal with all of those issues. There are other issues on our table. Join this show. Tell a friend to tell a friend that Ekosiisen is live and airborne. Oman Akwaba.
Oh, me Josu, na bibia eboko dia. Adomia. Ya danyamiasi odiene so achaye, you know. I am eternally grateful. This is the month onyame aman in Saso Amamedi 50 years.
Oh, this month.
This month.
The month of April.
Yeah, that's correct.
We April born.
Yeah. On say lovingly and yet strangely.
Yes.
May your first
April.
Yeah. Enrada. And I'm here 17th
April.
Yeah.
In this 17th April, Kwabena Santi or mine, 50 years.
That's correct.
The big 50.
Anna, dear money, a year, then they say the journey has been able to be at this far because of Unyami.
Sure.
You know, eternally I'm grateful. You know, Oshe, Enipe Binimua, and I Binimua. Maybe before you get to 50, no? There are a lot of issues, but by God's grace and mercy, and Yankasa, Yanswahi Kakre Bina Womuno, Unyamedi Abidusa, and whether Mimpo is a very sweet month and a sweet year for me. Saye we know me a bulldozer. It is either you join or you abstain, because Bijidi say Ebro Unyamation and one Munyamnani, and Yafina. Nioma bibiri nyina no ofi se wa ye tia obiara ebetimi agina enyina ntime ma adwene mu no is a fulfilled year for me yenwie but year is so fulfilling for me me name abusuane madofo. I thank God for this wonderful month. I made danyamia since for a splendid wife. You know, enzima afford ye me call me ti omoso a
na
sorry enti me damwa se mode Ifiba, my friend Mamichi.
Yeah, Mamichi.
Modern chair me, you know.
From Kikam.
In the Elembele. That's correct. It has not been but Unyamiadum.
Yes.
What's sad enough for me? It's 17 years and we are still counting. You know, and glory to God. My excitement, it doesn't know bounds now because the story, you know, rocky and difficult.
Yes.
That's when you intervene at every point in time. Emawa, otiasie dinti esesa odanyamiase. You know, nti yatoni me se mimuni minu na minyiwa yana. You know, me kamfo kasiye ewo mabrabo machira mansan. So I take this opportunity to encourage everybody. So bia so hunu say abrabono, it is possible. Not the political, it is possible. Not the political, it is possible. You know, one of the things that Rebecca was saying, even statements are making it the choice of words. You'll be associated. Not the kind of the political, but the truth is that it was not out of place for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia to talk about possibilities. Beyond politics, it's important to have that mindset. It is possible. It doesn't matter the situation. It is possible. So what I say, that's why because the choice of it is possible and the reset choice. So what I say, it is possible gives you a certain power and edge and hope. Reset tells you that all the flaws that we've encountered, there's an opportunity to reset it
and right
the wrongs. So what you are saying, clearly, yaba on the side of the reset in the resetting the bedding. And the hope is that the hope and belief is that BBA says a reset I think that collectively we have to just do that. Maybe I'll start on this note, sir. We should take the reset agenda very serious. It's very important. Reset means that doing things that will change a situation or improve a situation or will stabilize a certain condition. Is under this administration, maybe we'll begin to revise our notes or continuously prompt them. So in your quest to reset, it's out of place. A typical example, now me feel says I am managing any pa free in human 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years, 6 months, 4 months. We cannot reset with this attitude. It's a dangerous course. A president, Papa. My biggest fear in our quest to reset and behaving this way is that Ghana need be engage you at this point in time. Also, careful. After 8 or 4 or 12 years, we can reset back to 2025 and take you away. The Yentia say, Adibia was abriming in these moments of resetting. Serious for us as a country. See, a course would say a party be and a defect now. No, it will be a problem for us. And to wada, Sana the rule of mine. Because I would tiffy na inipa eduno. ABS more probation. And open me busa honorable Bente and honorable Mesa. So I want a bit of education that maybe 4 institutions will be for NIPA 20 on probation after 6 months. Almost all the institutions, 0.001, for be after probation. So a possible sana.
Probation. Yes. For 6 months. After probation,
it's not done. And real. If we want to reset and be truthful to ourselves, honest to ourselves, it's not proper resetting. And yet, it's not in good taste. It's bitter. A pill that you take, you feel is a bitter pill. We cannot overlook this and say that we want to practice a functional democracy. This is a dysfunctional democracy. Timesre, if indeed we want to reset, it comes with a lot of responsibilities. Timesre pa obi because obi were 1.5 years. Obi aja 8 months.
It's in there.
Obi 2 years. Why? Is that is it part of the agenda that we were told that we should be given that opportunity? It can't be recess. If you are Ghana, you are being engaged today. Please, let's hope and pray that these things will go off our neck. Because Timesra, it teach you were oppositioner, said the MP before Shazi, and Sama, kika. And I did that make your opposition. I pick on Sam George and our foreign affairs minister. There was too much propaganda. It has caused us as a country. Why? Because if Sam George is saying that it takes us to government, I don't mean so. Galamsia. Oh, be not seven word to cry just last weekend. So I'm catching a pine for Hig and I for 77 man paying cramra. Never say, Ombijana, and I minimum or munim say harmless into my access to Quaymonum. Naya or the acquiring quay, no, DBC. And these are known NDC people. But in opposition, don't understand George Kai. It is only a dot-to-dot government that cannot take this number of weeks or days to solve the problem of Galamsey. Why? The principle and the dishonesty and the deception we've had to ourselves, for ourselves, too much. Maybe I want us to understand that we are resetting. It's very important. The arrogance I shall say, ministers I shall say exhibited. They say how? They talk as if say Omuye His Excellency John Dramani Mam Onokwano when the humility, when the focus. They be ami bube we say no ntwi na nkasa podu na nkane to. Nti wo de me no obi ne de. E beba be twamako. This station will still be there. In fact, when I was at Radio Gold, 2001 or 2000, one of the best places that I'm here, Joy FM. Yes. Sad Breno. Sad Breno, Kofi Abuchi Muni, yeah. He knew a radiator suffering, drive time guy, Gabi, agitated. Maza. So you can imagine. We want to reset. We support the agenda of resetting. But if you have now a foreign minister who said that Dr. Baumiamu Tam, no, you're rushing the call London, no, there were issues with that there. Well, let's say, and then that way. Where is our vice president?
Oko UGMC and a doctors.
Now, Dr. Baumia Oko QWTM. And your case there be on facing Kwan and Patro, don't want to make us Fachememo Mutina Moshi. What politicians say
in opposition and what they say in
exactly
power, completely different.
I'll be coming back to what the MPP is now saying. So what you're saying, it is not a matter of convenience, BMO. It's principle. When we sat here and we spoke about these issues, we were praised to the heavens by the NDC then. But today, take the pill. We will praise when it is due. Yeah. We will correct constructively when it is also necessary. You cannot reset with the security and intelligence agencies coming across as intimidators and people victimizing people. Where is the reset? Yapasia ye adieda da na ye twetwe na ye ade foforo. Yapasia sese fi ye ne ye ne esu ne ye ban bia enye papa ho na he de nyoma ese fata e de ba.
And we seem to be doing the same.
I should do that so. In our quest to fight Galamsey, Kimpiski workshop ne seminars ana. Other the previous Mr. Wanyibu Kimpiski. Oh, you be one cry.
I think where your conference center.
Yeah, we be your conference center also. So why? What is changing? And please, I know you because na about already how many about how do abano. We are saying in say and Bosumi say, but you see that there's a reset. A positive, yes, a positive one.
But the argument was made, say, for Aban to do what they are supposed to do, you would need a security establishment. Afe no manpenye name security heads. Also almost strategy be go akwem. That to me is a reasonable argument.
Well, I'm not challenging. I'm reminding all of us. I'm reminding under this government. Let's say GG Fakochrokat as a journalist under attack.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's look at what we call journalists are under attack. Genuinely, we are under attack maybe in a way. Yeah. But maybe my uncle Juma, Makoju bin nam say me a cremufo day or my sala nabi, I say me kunina mano. Me kun majis kadamajedi, or what bachimo jefamko. Ya bro me from Edma Kuja police station. Also journalists under attack. What has Jefamko got to do with journalists under attack? So let's draw that line.
That's how we bundle
everything together. That's why at that time Kwachi Ofosu was struggling to explain. Debbie. Etuanyonkuwa. Usi etuedwem. Inti ebetuanwa. You have an explanation.
It's true.
I want us to just be reminding ourselves that we have principle. It will be healthy for us. Principle. We spoke, and I remember you said that let's be careful of that mantra, family and friends. Even though Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration, they abused it. They abused it.
But we still insist that family and friends, we use it too loosely. Because President be our number for Ebusuafo kakra ebebem, you know.
What's wrong with that? We spoke loudly because it was abused by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration. It was abused. You can't run away from that fact. You can't. So in our quest to shape that family and friends, you know, we need to be very careful threading on that line. But if you're sure, after all, we will not get to where we want to get to. Then let's agree and admit that we want to practice a dysfunctional democracy where, you're careful, o deputy attorney general eba afede omaji police for na for intelligence units omaji omajuma ya amaye akeka kra boy bi ko adu kra say ebi ya bo mo ko adu awie kra. And they talk and they feel that they will have the power till their kingdom come. You know.
Okay. Yes.
Maybe I think that we have to draw these lines. A bitter pill.
It's true.
I have to be honest with you. A bitter pill, but we need to make sure we will take that pill.
It's true.
It will save all of us. Because our men say why can for control so we. Why can you show him kwada ko trewi. Now kwada no over 1,000. Ya cancel or paper in remove paper be am. Yes. Ebesine the education ministry WAEC parents bodies are who schools no we be anka November and next year obesa control onyame ambema obesa ko 2,000 na ya had a day that's it.
WAEC has not spoken.
That's it.
The education ministry put us on one day.
Because nobody want to be held responsible. Eti sa na etiti o man no and can what for him, obenim, onanim, odishenim. Into your casa officer, ye gawas.
Asempa FM.
Koda over 1,000 ya cancel, I will tell you. No reasons, no steps near Zebia. Aswena or Shay, sir, at the end of the corner, why for carbon near church for a proper solution either to eliminate or minimize. Because since the days of hey. But I don't know
if the education ministry is doing something. The lack of leadership from the ministry on this matter, no, too much. And I think Honorable Haruna Idrisu 8 on this particular matter. You are talking over 1,000 Ghanaian students. As their lives hanging in a balance. So we need to hear something from the education.
Well, the way about so then it means that there should be an update on the fake cement factories now. Now that your sector minister better draw attention through standards authority.
Yeah.
Cement
no? Be a fake. Yeah, substandard.
Yeah, substandard. Yes. And yeah, papa.
Update my.
We need those updates because another dangerous area a bit made your mind cement DBC dying, DBC stores, we need that thing. You're treating your JJ too much.
It's true.
You're treating your JJ too much. Every challenge or problem in this country is a knee-jerk solution, additional. Political solutions, it's the political solutions and the knee-jerk solutions. It doesn't bring permanency in terms of the challenges that we have.
Yes.
Every conversation that needs to take a national color, we've taken partisan positions.
Yeah.
Let me chip in the gold body. To me, baby, I'm fantastic idea because we are joining. Cocoa board.
Yes.
So what you say. But what is the fear I have? The fear I have, let's say, person about to say a cotton gold, aboka.
Legitimate fear.
So what do you say? That is the only fear I have. But see, I be regulatory boja for no, and no money in a case, anyone to gold and go to a particular who's a seal with the gun and I'm out to me. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yes, we should really ulterior motives be in everything that we do. We don't trust ourselves.
And if the mistrust is based on something concrete, I don't have a problem. But you cannot build mistrust on speculation.
Yes.
And it's
not. And no man manage any dino obi. Say yeah boy say maka bibia na adwene bibi no. Na ya so sa. And na man mu tina no aye dino. Enti politician take decision osuro. We take decision on person we take so all the time we take political decisions.
And the man the who came po here say enne unsa me ko MC program bi wo Accra International Conference Center. The African Industrial Trade Show.
Okay.
Beautiful event.
Okay.
The Economic Zones Chamber.
Okay.
And they put it together.
Okay.
Economic zones from East Africa, from West Africa, from US of A.
Big show.
3 days exhibition at Accra International Conference Center. Fantastic event. Now, Omuya presentation, one thing that caught my attention, ye import bill as a country as against your export bill. Unim say Sawosha Ghana your export for 2024 graph no your export e kosro pa ba wosha sro na e na 55% plus of your export your total export e call ye nyina 55% plus e gold.
Wow.
Gold ne nso no enya refined gold o Doribas. Raw. In 2 months, I would the more gold echo, but value where they buy. And that's why we need a proper conversation around that whole gold thing, because you cannot have a country that will export gold and number one,
key.
55%. In fact, the second biggest, 19%. Look at the difference.
19.
Yes, I'm telling you. The second year 19. Gold 55%, massive, and your exports no. In fact, cocoa beans quite net number 3.
So what it means therefore is that we should take the discussion of this gold board and then
we should take it a step higher. How do we add value to our? They say gold board quite a better gold now.
A step higher.
Do we export it
a step higher.
And I say refinery similar. That I think should be the conversation.
Because I'm going through what is sustaining this gold board and all those things. But let's say the young lawyer, Enya Sami James. So take it time to carry us along, as in Ghana for along. Every step for us to understand whatever is being done at that place. Very important.
It's very important. And especially now that the bill has been passed into law. Now we have a law to speak to.
So that when you carry it along and you carry us along, then we can know that A or B or C, then and the media to be a mwakaka. There's too much misrepresentation in the system, exaggeration. There's too much recklessness in the media space. It's too much.
But when who in the data shock me ye import about mine.
Yeah.
Your biggest item ye import about mine ye oil. Ye to the Ghana amateur are refining. Ghana for it's crazy, but let's move on.
Number 2 Penafian called the major topic. I think the end interior minister say because I say what issue a warning me to the security agencies no say asofu bi ni money nipa bi ni money nam Ghana bones say sofu kwa yi na soldier 4 police 4 sofu na omo di akiri. So you're asking yourself and also as such as a bear fashion na sebi hu obi a soldier for be do na police for be miensa no mu di omachi. Is that what our security agencies they've been reduced to ana? You can't believe it. It's the interior minister.
Yes.
I think this one's will be to one among there because it's shameful.
I think he's made the point say will be 2-1.
Yeah, it's shameful.
I say it is ending.
It's shameful.
Let's see because I did.
So that's how dear me for so.
Because the point is police want to come so yen.
Debbie.
Police to citizen ratio is still very big.
Now how? And we say so for back opposite 4 soldier 4. What is it? What is it?
Oh, sir, I saw for so we need your much.
Oh, Minia. I need your much. Well, Obinamimbo Greater Accra Regional Minister and so abaso.
Yeah,
okay, say 50 days,
street light.
Yeah. Media me huna maker.
Ebia soso.
Oh bebre.
Areas ben.
Me area honum
Wisconsin
kwano enemy. In fact me potem nyina akra no. I don't know how they are doing it. And a weekend ina me hu say game pa hone East League no say mo ka say.
Asempa na okay.
Oh me na make kachiro. Ya mo na baso. And me bebre honum.
Area house street light na ba.
Me chese. Me chese. Ye be born about chese.
Wo say de wo hu.
Yes, dem hu na maker. And me hu a lot of these. Oh, na say na what now anyone okay. As again on the day na be we adin na machines go di page koso cry do say the one guy. I'm saying that there is a move.
We're taking steps.
Yeah, we should push. We should push.
Yeah.
Now what is sumuna say wona me the whole nyina asren. Yeah. It means so mo dey assembly to assembly member do omo dia.
I think it's a good step.
It's a good step.
And we should encourage
because you better dey bia na asema you can say.
We are the papa you beka. One your papa you beka.
Complete.
That's simple.
Complete.
If she started okay so obey on my 50 days there. By bia wontimi nyu now within 50 but there is a step and we should encourage her to do more.
Yeah, obi inti me da say ene me hu say.
But when him say one other big story so yeah. For President John Dramani Mahama, a post be a the page, and pay even before we come to the story on the ECG containers. No, apparently now the minorities ranking member on the Defense and Interior Committee, Reverend Intim Fojoy, a press conference, Edin Sem Tuja, planes be a buyer, no say suspected. Cocaine being in Nyoma Bibre. Into the president said this 19 hours ago. I say, my attention has been drawn to allegations made at a press conference by an honorable member of parliament, Reverend John Intim Fojo, regarding two suspicious flights arriving at the Kotoka International Airport, suspected to be involved in drug trafficking and money laundering. Government takes all allegations seriously, and to ensure a thorough and transparent investigation, I have directed all relevant investigative agencies, including the Narcotics Control Commission, the Police CID, the National Investigations Bureau, and the National Security Coordinator, to immediately and fully collaborate with the Honourable Member of Parliament so he provides all necessary information to investigate the allegations and take all action necessary to expose any drug dealing. We would maintain zero tolerance for using Ghana as a transit or final destination for drugs or drug trafficking. The NIB made a high-profile bust of drugs last week with a street value of $350 million. Let's build Ghana together. In the way any poster, John Dramani Mahama.
So, Munti, let's do what?
Let's build Ghana together.
Yes. So, if you work under him, what is your biggest
objective?
Yes.
That should be your approach.
Mobility ministry.
That should be the approach.
That seat, as a matter of fact, is not even your seat. So, I couldn't otesu ministry. And you are
and hopefully the MP would cooperate with the investigations now, information over. But I should also think that if indeed plane be buyer, the national security should have information.
Well, they have. The national security who told you said they are not on top. They have always been on top. You know, and they know we will never doubt them. The president gives directives. We expect them to work. Honorable Intim Fojo, we expect him to collaborate. Then the Ghana that we all want to build, you know, you better build this Ghana. This is the president. Paul Disoso say they make Kasa and Kanya say Dominic out. The game Paman can say Bana or much bio. Dominic maybe we confirm. And that quite will be you need throw.
That won't mean
and they don't need throw but possible. Because baby I won't know. I'm not for THC Accra no can say. So over what it throw. And then I dada on a yaman yourself. So omufizo ombetimi adada nipa. That won't mean that.
Among for official.
Among for better share who the cost. Okay, Obi, but what you say, we know, maybe at the right time, but me per se, now know that committee and minister T, Omudi, I want to do some coin.
Yes.
A dear important, and almost see the about 13-15 recommendations. Yes. The minister, any observations be on we walk us through all. Then we will start going letter to letter, way bill to way bill, and the people who have brought us this far. Mesremo, San Komo we no, Rienwaso neti. it is not who has won for the day or who's been shamed for the day. It is how Ghana will come out from this shameful act. Accepting individuals, the companies be a piano kotum. The SSA man yo nema oyem eshisho and say oshe baby ya port you are the biggest source of electricity free. Na yetimi kura so da yempo da say ECG containers so called ayera. Menya sure say Ghana ni bia. It's very embarrassing. Men try on you say ayera wait time, ayera wait time. E ho de na wa mana yen nkora nkomo na wodi no. Yentie na yentie ne yemfa mu aba. Na yenhye minister na chi pampe.
We should get to the bottom of this.
We are some suggestions and recommendations which but let us know what's the position of that report.
Before I start, Maminka and Impraeso MP a post to be. And I think it's a very reasonable and a sensible
Impraeso MP.
Impraeso MP your friend is saying
Dr. H. Brian Bakono. Teacher no. You know OPK. Okay.
By the time we are BTF.
Anna, Dominic Bakono teacher in here. Why?
Only young Coco, Joseph Frimpong.
Yes, Joseph Frimpong. Yeah.
Only young Coco.
Okay.
Ain't ni post na essential and they say for once on this issue because of the embarrassment that they might have some mine and Kiyanfa MPP and this in seminar and
completely.
I sometimes wonder why politicians
completely,
and people would laugh to the bank, make money. Now NDC and MPP for and you would realize me share a teaser of what we'll be doing as long as post they call out, you see the NPP guys on social media very excited. Hey, and Adiano, hey, yes, and this if one we are the away, and this if one so hey, Obi no, hey, stomach journalism, equalization, way, inti, Obi any aje, Obi nswaye, Obi attack any other. And I'm like, really? Because I've not even said anything.
Nobody's even bothered.
Let an crowd me far be beyond just something small na micha ede eto. The real story na ewo and man eme de se waka. We based on what we know. We think say yes, the minister took a good initial step by putting the committee together. Committee was a fact-finding committee. But man, based on what we know, we think immediately said the President of the Republic a post on in Team Forge press conference. Immediately, I think there should be an immediate, comprehensive forensic audit into this particular issue. The audit should establish the actual numbers we are talking about of containers. Because man, the monies involved, and I would use even committee in Isika Omukoti for containers. We are talking in excess of $400 million. $400 million. That money can build your friend is a hospital here. What
rich?
Almost two Ediamai. $400 million. And yes, Kaketwa. And we should not sit down and allow
the MPP NDC.
Politicians now, more the minority. Will take over this issue.
No.
The normal MPP NDC. Na Akogu. Nobody will be punished. Nothing. Not amount for.
No.
Esre Ecobank. That should not happen.
No, that's why my plea say
yes.
We need to understand this matter. What we are continuously pleading is the sector minister, number 6, JG, should take up this matter to the next level. Na who say container be anywhere ayira. Intimin so ayira. Say ayira dia. Not clearly there's an issue over there.
And I'll start with Sadia Oka and the committee's report. When this report was handed over to the minister, what we heard from the report and say containers 1,300 and something ayira. But there are some more interesting details in this report. We'll deal with that. The other letters are intercepted, man numbers, all over the place in NCC sono. And we ground our call for a forensic audit into this matter. Good. I'll start with the Committee members, ye were Professor Innocent Senyo Kwesi Akwa, or Associate Professor of Procurement and Supply Chain Management at the University of Cape Coast, on chairman. Mr. Noble Yaoche Adonu, or a Managing Partner, aka and Partners, Chartered Accountant, or a member. Mrs. Vivian Abla Kali, Procurement and Supply Chain Professional, or a member. Mr. Abdul Rahim Swala, Chief Revenue Officer, Investigations, at Ghana Revenue Authority, or a member. Miss Georgette Emefa Fuga Esquire, Liberty Law Consult, Accra, or a member. Inti committee in Rio Majuma, you know, sir, and on my note this date, committee was put together on the 31st of January, 2025. Dates are very, very important.
31st of January.
31st January, this year, 2025. And a committee putting together so Omoejuma. Osha background now, report Neka say, the Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Honorable Minister, in a letter dated 31st January 2025, appointed the members of the committee to conduct an investigation into the clearance status of the estimated 2,500 containers, procurement, contract and transactions between ECG and Haptel Limited. This follows a public discussion of the matter after an announcement by the Honorable Minister on the state of the power sector, ECG's procurement issues, and the agreement with Haptel, which may not be in the interest of the states. On scope of work, ascertain the circumstances leading to the hold up of the 2,500 containers at the Tema port.
Ascertain.
Circumstances containers they call doors in Aka port. Number 2, confirm the contract that resulted in the demurrage containers. Number 3, establish the values of the contract of these demurrages. Number 4, examine ECG's procurement practices, procedures and processes used for the acquisition of these goods and services. Number 5, review ECG's procurement contract for the supply of goods and services.
Review?
Yes, review. Number 6, submit a report on findings on the above and advise Honorable Minister on optimal procurement practices to prevent inefficiencies and wastages in the future.
Okay.
In this report, in 3 parts. Number 1, on the containers. And then the Dodua, port, and why they claim say Ebiaira, and number 1. Number 2, ECG procurement processes. Procurement processes, whether they go by the Public Procurement Act or not, or my review of that. And number 3, Haptel contract. But for the purpose of we'll focus on the containers. And then later we'll come to the other parts. Good. Into executive summary of key findings in the containers at the port. Number 1.
Okay.
Management negligence caused the hold up of ECG containers at the ports, incurring demurrage to the tune of over 909,578,400 Ghana cedis.
And it talks about management negligence.
Negligence. Good. Because the excuse of lack of funds is not supported by the facts.
Okay.
Lack of funds, because later on in the report, the lecturer said ECG claims no muniska and internal containers be go port one or more enclare. Good. Number 2, the committee in its discussions with the directors observed that the issue of over-procurement in ECG was exacerbated when the procurement directorate was merged with the premises and estate directorate in 2023 to become the procurement premises and estate directorate.
What happened to us in the
ECG now, one of the 13 directors, now about a procurement directorate and about estate and premises directorate. But why we don't?
Okay.
We don't know.
Okay.
Good. The director of procurement, premises and estate further admitted during discussions with the committee that majority of the containers held up at the port were procured during his tenure.
Wajitum.
Yes, wajiatum. According to the report.
So then, who was the director? The merger of two positions.
Yes.
Sa nipa no.
Inti nipa no ye in charge of premises and estates.
Okay.
On after be a director.
Procurement.
Okay. He became the director. But committee now funny dia and share report.
Okay. All right.
Good.
But we have the name.
Sure. Sure. The Director of Procurement, Premises and Estate stated inter alia that indeed ECG procured in excess of its demand, but intimated that this was due to pressure and influence from above.
Okay.
Meaning say ojitu mu say nioma ECG procure na ebro de no mu hia so. But I was saying
na say na pressure free. Okay.
Esro krono. Good. The Director of Procurement, Premises and Estate also suggested that this pressure and influence was from the then Managing Director.
The then Managing
Director.
So the then Managing Director, no?
Yes.
Not
that should be Dubik Mahama. If in 2023, and the decision was taken to merge there, then Dubik was the then
But if it was the then, why was he taking pressure from him? It was then. He was no more.
Yes.
So what is the issue here?
Why does he think?
Yeah, because you are in charge now.
Okay. Because the then Managing Director, based on the timelines they are dealing with, mind you, Dubik resigned.
Yeah, but
and the Director of Commercial Services was made the acting MD. Until we don't know here if a acting MD na nasane Dubik.
Okay, good.
But almost the then Managing Director.
Okay, good.
That this was due to. Okay, I'll say the then Managing Director who awarded contract to specific suppliers without subjecting them to competitive processes.
Okay.
Number 6.
So the then is not known.
Yes.
Okay.
The container hold-up situation was created to enable the award of clearing contract to the tune of 159,650,000 Ghana cedis to third-party service providers, even though ECG had a functional shipping unit that is capable of clearing the held-up containers from the port.
They have it.
Yes.
But they chose to bring third parties. But ECG has it.
They are self-declarant. ECG can clear. They have a unit.
Okay.
The committee is stating, based on investigations, they saw, almost share dama containers ne car port will be said, Eddie Jumanama.
But they had a functional unit.
A functional unit, yes, that's what the report says. Number 7, the content of the ECG containers piled up at the port include meters. In the normal containers, meters, conductors, poles, transformers, cables, amongst others. In the normal port, and these are very critical equipment at ECG here.
Yes, because can you under pressure from above into JSS.
Yeah, JXS. Good. A clearing contract to the tune of 127,650,000 Ghana cedis was awarded to a company which was not a registered customs house agent. Even though ECG itself is a self-declarant, means the ECG na bit ma clear omonioma, but my company according to the committee, our company na omunya registered as a customs house agent.
The company didn't buy.
Edino need this. Maybe subsequently in the way the company's name will be mentioned. Good. ECG could not account for at least 1,346 containers valued at 489,999,000. In the 489,999,241.62.
How many containers?
1,346.
Okay, this is the committee's report.
Committee's report. Value $489 million.
Okay,
good. Which hold goods of high value, such as transformers.
They were containers. Very, very urgent for the ECG.
Very urgent, very expensive. Neoma. Number 10. Even though the reason given by ECG for not clearing the containers promptly was due to lack of funds, ECG managed to award a contract to and pre-financed one of the clearing agents, Mint Logistics Limited, with 30 million Ghana cedis.
Are you reading it well?
Yes. Even though the reason given by ECG for not clearing the containers promptly was due to lack of funds, ECG managed to award the contract to and pre-financed one of the clearing agents, Mint Logistics Limited, with 30 million Ghana cedis.
What was the basis for the pre-financing?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Mausika said, yeah, person will clear your containers at port.
ECG.
Yes.
They don't have
money to clear. But for the third party contract and your mama is car on Fanco clear.
And the third party is what?
Mint Logistics Limited.
Okay. We know the people behind Mint Logistics?
No. And let me add and announce now, sir, we will be filing an RTI request to the Register of Companies. We want to know the directors of this company.
In fact, we want to be sure of the names we have here.
Good.
Yeah.
The directors of this company, the beneficial owners of this company, because said your report where cano na company no any omunya registered as even a customs house agent, but they were given a contract of that value
and pre-finance.
And subsequently, you would hear the number of containers they were to clear.
Okay.
You hear the number of containers they were to clear.
Okay.
Good. Dawat Bonds Limited fraudulently cleared 47 containers out of the port without following due process of paying duties, taxes to the state. Out of the 47 containers, the company delivered only 46 to ECG. Dawat Bonds Limited is currently demanding an amount of 5,290,000 Ghana cedis from ECG for the services rendered.
For the benefit of year 18, how do they fraudulently? I want to know, how do they do it?
The report doesn't give details of what they term fraud. But Sisiano, we've mentioned two different companies.
Mints.
One company, Mint Logistics Limited.
And Dawat.
And Dawat Bond.
Okay.
You would later on realize, say, Dawat Bond were given a contract to clear a certain number of containers. And Mint so were given a contract to clear a certain number of containers.
Dawat, was there anything pre-financing?
No, pre-financing.
Mint, they were.
Mint pre-financing.
Pay the report.
Pay the report. Unfortunately for you, the report in data, the contract were signed.
Okay.
But at least from Yansu investigations, we know data, these contracts
were signed. Yeah.
Good. Also, the container hold-up situation was created to... No, I think I've read this one. This fraudulent clearance of 47 containers implies that Dawat Bond Limited evaded duties and taxes to the tune of 4,799,763 Ghana cedis and 43 pesos. In the Dawat and also company, would also be filing a request on them. Also, who are the owners, who are the directors of this particular company? Very, very important. Na yetimi ehu. One other thing, and subsequently, we would ask that question, Oman, say, they were given specific contracts to clear containers. Mint Logistics, containers na yeka se clear, emu saying, and I'll clear. Document cover the clear anyway. ECG for answer kind. Omoma letter acknowledge receipt of our containers.
That should be the process.
That should be the process. Dawat and so the our clear away.
Contract ben
all of those questions now will come subsequently.
Okay.
By Twaso. ECG into containers at the port. Executive summary. This is what it says about the containers at the port.
All right.
But the Obiabe Busa the details of containers, any discrepancies in the numbers. Mamemfa wonko in this particular report.
Okay.
Very, very interesting. Key findings. Management and where your free executive summary have the details. Because in the executive summary on the containers, they are canning procurement procurement act nonsense. By Emra on details for containers. Number one, ECG decided to use cost insurance and freight as their preferred Incoterm in engaging local suppliers of foreign goods, requiring that ECG clears the containers upon arrival at the port.
Okay.
To facilitate this management decided to set aside and transfer 5 million Ghana cedis each week into a shipping account to be used by the shipping department in clearing ECG containers that arrive at the port.
Okay. This time they are dealing with their own ECG.
Yes.
Okay.
And when management take a decision, say omo abe clear omo niyoma, they were given 5 million Ghana cedis every week. Normally are clear. The committee noted that this initiative greatly assisted with containers being cleared without them piling up at the port. Ehano na eyena kakra, because investigations also say Oman, some of the containers are piling up at our port, and some of them date as far back as PDS time.
PDS.
This is 2017, 2018 time. And again, that is why I say, we still need further, this time, a forensic audit of the containers and the numbers. But let's continue. However, management in 2022 stopped transferring the 5 million Ghana cedis into the designated shipping account. 2022. The containers then started piling up at the port due to the unavailability of funds to clear them.
But they were given funds, 5 million, 5 million.
Yes.
And they stopped
every week. And the management takes this in, say, giant first come go account.
That's when 2022,
according to this report. And the management and they claim that is where the container started to air pilot up at the port.
Okay.
Good. The Materials and Transport Directorate raised the issue at a management meeting, but received the response that, quote, there were no funds.
Response from?
From management meeting.
Okay. So the Materials and Transport Directorate.
Yes. Who is represented by a director, because management directors in the forming management.
We all know the director.
Sure. The Materials and Transport Directorate wrote at least 3 memos appealing to management to release funds to enable them to clear the containers. However, no response has been received from management regarding these appeals.
Okay, that's 2022.
2022, Urban. Inasmuch as the containers kept piling up with resultant demurrage coupled with management excuse.
When they say kept piling up, does it mean they were still
They were still procuring containers.
Only container in fuel. But Musa Jibusu.
Good.
Okay.
Good. You've caught the picture very well. It was in as much as the containers kept piling up with resultant demurrage coupled with management excuse of the unavailability of funds, ECG through the then managing director continued awarding new CIF contracts.
Then managing director is who?
It is not named here.
Okay.
But you can look at the timelines, and hazard a guess.
So then managing director should be tossed between
either Dubik or David.
David or Dubik.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Also continued awarding new CIF contract without using competitive procurement methods.
Okay.
Requiring the payment of 90% of the contract sum when the supplier submits the shipping documents.
Okay.
Good. Per customs law, consignments that are not entered for clearance after 21 days of discharge at the port are registered under uncleared cargo list, UCL, and therefore become the property of the state.
Of the state. Uncleared.
Yes. In the ones a guho beyond 21 days.
By in the name of ECG Neguha bro 21 days.
Yes.
Customs in Shisha
under UCL. Uncleared cargo list. Good. A honest how uncleared cargo list now mostly is on auction neoma. Uncleared cargo list. Good. Containers that remained uncleared for a period of time attract demurrage charges payable to the shipping lines. The number of containers on UCL kept rising with exponential increase in demurrage.
What is the challenge here? Because I don't get it.
By December 2024, the number of ECG containers on uncleared cargo list had totaled 2,491 containers.
Why was it happening so?
Now we were procuring a bar But
the materials are relevant for ECG because transformers and cables and all those. But yes, country, okay. The first one you read, had they recognized it
will come there.
Okay.
Will come there.
Okay.
In the note the figure, almost say
2000.
by December 2024. Now ECG containers on UCL list, unclear, 2,491. Management wrote to the Commissioner General of Ghana Revenue Authority for restoration, and the request was subsequently granted. The Materials and Transport Directorate initiated negotiations with the shipping lines with respect to waivers of demurrage cost, and had a favorable deal from the shipping lines. The shipping department began processing the affected containers for clearing and reached the point of payment. But management failed to allocate funds for this exercise.
Again.
2 clearing agents, Mint Logistics first, followed by Dawat Bond Limited, were introduced to the shipping department by the then managing director through the Director of Materials and Transport as companies contracted to clear the UCL containers.
But that goes beyond the first one. So the second one had no right, was not properly, or he fraudulently entered.
Yes.
So why is he being introduced as their reps?
So I'm reps. Into one, containers ni go ho. ECG units ne pese omo clear. Yes, you niska. And then management introduces 2 private companies, Omo and Emramekle, according to this report again. Subsequently, Mint Logistics was awarded a contract to clear Omantie number 1,110.
1,110. That's the report.
Yes, ECG UCL containers. Mint was to clear 1,110.
Uncleared containers.
Yes. At 160,000 Ghana cedis per container.
160,000?
Yes. In Timumbo Mame.
160 by 1,000.
160,000 by
160,000.
Yes, by 1,110 containers. And now, so much me cleaning na sika ECG ATM for their services. And no, please get me that figure. Dawat Bond Limited was also awarded a contract to clear 200 containers in 4 weeks.
200?
Yes, in 4 weeks. At 115,000 Ghana cedis per container. Into contract, there are 2 companies no. The 2 clearing agents started profiling all ECG containers on UCL. And please, moon check it Dawat the end so 115 times 200. And so mama me sa figure no. Na mama me a mint there 1,110 containers per 160,000 Ghana cedis. The committee noted during discussions that in as much as management indicated there were no funds to clear the piled up containers at the port, they awarded contracts to these clearing agents mentioned above and made some payment.
Which people made the payment again?
The management of ECG.
But what is the problem here?
But the committee payments are making.
But they made the payment.
Yes, and that's why forensic auditor here qualify very important. The decision of management unfortunately rendered the shipping department of ECG almost redundant because private.
It is redundant. It is not almost. It is redundant.
Committee need you sue almost.
It is because Ejuma Yamamo 5 million every week to do no.
Yes.
Yakati says again yo. When we are pre-finance will be there, ASAP will be there. Come on.
Key findings: actual number of containers at the port.
Okay.
Number 1. The committee obtained the list of containers from the Director of Materials and Transport of ECG, the Director of Ports, and the manager responsible at the Meridian Port Services Terminal at the Tema Port. The committee physically counted the containers and compared them to the list obtained and found various degrees of discrepancies.
Physically counted?
Yes, containers are never port. Okay. After sending a list from ECG, Omaje list from the director of ports, and Omaje list from the manager responsible for Meridian
they
Port
physically
Services.
counted.
Omaje is list where they also went to physically count.
Okay.
See below the results of the containers counted and the degrees of discrepancies. Oman, list of containers obtained. GPHA Momo list say ECG containers what GPHA and what port near 1,132. ECG so Momo list say omo containers what port 2,462.
ECG no.
Yes. Or see omo containers here 2,462. GPHA so say ECG containers what port 1,132. Containers assessed and counted by the committee. Committee ne koko kan GPHA dieno omu say 1,134 into a variance of two
containers.
Yes. ECG dieno so no ECG number no a omu de ma won no omu ko kan ye no omu say okay 1,134 containers ne wo ho. A variance of 1,328. In the ECG say your containers here 2,462 and a good port ano. Committee ni kwa who say 1,134. In the difference near 1,328.
That's the difference we have.
That's the difference. And that is why the committee in a report chairman minister no mokatse and say 1,328 containers cannot be accounted for. Oman almost neither GPHA nor ECG could account for the 1,328 containers at the time of writing this report. And that is why we are where we are at the moment. Say these number of containers are nowhere to be found. But man, the attraction of Sokakra NSA. Number one, a contract was given to two companies. In fact, we can say on authority say the Watts bond or the contract was signed in November 2024. And they had 1 month to clear 200. In fact, according to the committee, omutimi clear 46. 46 nipo committee ne say unze omutime say fraudulent. The question is simple, man. That was my contract say clear 200 containers. Saying our clear. O clear no o de call him. But on that contract za fako ECG warehouse. O de call. O de call in ECG my letter acknowledge receipt and I debit. That case is settled. And that's why we think say further investigations will be needed because the committee where Jumano my in further information.
And I make say we know you see read out this first.
Yes.
So that what we have unraveled in terms of agreement between ECG and these parties. Because clearly ECG and what we have unraveled ECG, they advance money to Mint.
Sure.
They didn't pay before or after to Dawas.
Of course.
Nothing.
Of course. The committee confirms that.
Nothing.
The committee report confirms that.
And the committee Nasaka said Dawas no fraudulently normally. But if you go into the ECG books, clearly they have an official working relationship with ECG.
Of course.
It is the committee's report.
Of course.
And then what we have also found out on the grounds, plus other ones, there is a need for us to do a check.
Absolutely. Because I have contract for freight forwarding and cargo clearing. Contract number between Electricity Company of Ghana Limited and Dawat Bond Limited, November 2024.
Okay.
That contract
you have it there.
Yes, that contract is there. There is a contract
between ECG and Dawat. So it cannot be a fraudulent entity.
The committee says a fraudulent. Unfortunately, there is not much information to ground the fraud. And America say that's why we need a bit more information.
But here is OB lawyer reading out a contract between Dawas and then that of ECG. And then again they saying that whether before or after there has not been any payment. And the committee also talks about a fraudulent Dawas entering into the zone, picking containers.
And America say to even deal with whether Omo is fraudulent or not. Oman, when you move containers, there is a paper trail.
Okay.
What they call ECG warehouse, they will give you a letter acknowledging receipt. It's simple, it ends it. It is a Yatimia deliver containers. Now, any Muma 200, we've been able to deliver 47, 46. These are the paper trails. It ends. And then on maintenance, Mint the end they were given a contract to clear 1,110. Oman. The question is, how many did they clear?
Mint.
Omo
pre-finance.
Yes, yeah, pre-finance omo. Omo clear saying, omo clear no omo di kogu hin. Containers ne wa hin. Is there a paper trail? ECG omo letter acknowledging receipt of those containers and now
in all this, where was Dubik, David, Yafrempong, Ben, where were all these actors? Because Yenisika, you're starting 5 million payment. Yes. The committee's report, they did capture what the legal position or department of ECG said. I'm only seeing the material and transport. Transport. Yes. I'm only seeing the MD. No? So I'm saying that. So these players, no,
Enti, Sawusha committee in a report now. Omoka, the people they spoke to.
Okay.
Let me read that bit. No?
Okay.
Na Obia Enye clear in his or her mind.
Okay.
Enti Omoka wahase, below is a list of activities performed in executing the assignment. The committee engaged directors of ECG to understand the procurement procedure in the company.
Okay.
Oman name directors crop.
Okay.
They didn't also stay so more engaging managing director. No?
Okay.
But I think it's only fair.
But you have been there before.
Yes.
So when we say directors, it's directors.
Oh yeah, directors.
Yeah.
Directors. Once you're managing director, you have directors.
Yeah.
Good. Into managing director no ewo to say we are managing director say materials and transport bibia omo director.
Okay.
Director na yen nyoma no dey abeto MD na muhwe mu a then
you okay it.
Into I'm saying say if you name the then MD now, then you should have spoken to the then MD. Also for the side.
But that's what I'm saying, that the then MD is still not a part of it.
Yes.
But directors are speaking.
Yes.
So who was then that MD?
The then MD. The name is not mentioned in the report.
Okay.
But Omo engaged directors, I'll say, reviewed documents submitted by the directors. They conducted site visits to Tema Port to ascertain, verify, and conduct a physical count of ECG containers on the undeclared cargo list. Evaluated the sourcing and contracting processes leading to the selection of suppliers. Reviewed procurement and contracting documents used for the acquisition of goods, works, and services. Analyzed the cost expended and revenues accruing to ECG to determine the value or benefit from the engagement with suppliers. Identified and discussed observations, gaps, and recommendations with relevant stakeholders. And conducted site visit to ECG's warehouse in Tema.
Okay.
Into Amukwa warehouse. So and that's why I'm saying, sir, if they went to the warehouse, then we should be furnished with info as to say, okay, containers and almost a clear warehouse.
Okay, so baby, I do this. This is ECG. We have a shipping unit. We adopted. We don't have money.
Yes.
We made it a redundant unit.
Yes.
We engaged the services of Mint and Dawas. One, the committee claims was fraudulently worked with. The other, the committee says ECG pre-financed.
Yes.
And now the number of or quantity of containers was spelled out.
Yes.
Now the difference between the committees and that of ECG, 1,130 and 2,400 something, down. But there's a difference.
There's a difference.
Between ECG and the committee,
yes.
There's a difference.
There's a difference.
Okay, so, but
between ECG, GAPOHA,
and the committee, there's a difference.
There is a difference on accounted for.
There's a difference on accounted for. But ECG, the figure. ECG figure stands at 2,456. Okay. So when we get to the physical counting, we are getting
328. That we are getting a difference of 1,320. And that's here unaccounted.
Okay, so baby,
yes.
Where did the minister
Good.
Good.
Until you realize that make such a date being so 31st January.
Yeah.
That was the date our minister put it committee together. Nobody can visit a portal. I'm a grantee interview say 2,500 plus containers in a eguha. Until or set committees or munyan shemuna or mumayen who say I'm passing 2,500 containers in the guho Good. Oman committee no more year majuma. Committee ni gusu year majuma na. And was a committee in a report and a kind.
That is 31st.
31st when we start year majuma.
Okay.
We then intercepted letters via time a committee ni year majuma. 3 letters actually. Number 1, In fact, mienu every national security.
Okay.
And a bakun every minister.
Okay.
National security, and the first one is dated 12th February 2025.
31st January
Yes.
2025.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. 31st January 2025 and away 12th February 2025.
Okay.
And these letters now will ground our call for why we think there should be a forensic audit to reconcile the numbers. Because as we speak, ECG number
2,400 something.
Gapoha number enko. You can't ECG dieno. There is a difference of 1,328. They are unaccounted for you. National Security so send it 2 letters. Omo kwako evacuate containers before.
Under whose instructions nom the coin?
Into first letter nini. It's dated 12th February 2025.
So in all this, Dubik is not in play. Apia is David is not in play. Frimpong is not in play. Yes. Ben is not.
Management ECG management.
Okay, all these they are not in. Okay. So we will come and deal with the decisions they took as to whether it was in the interest of ECG and Ghana by extension.
Even the fact of breachy procurement.
Okay. So we'll come to that aspect. But let's follow this one keenly.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah.
This letter is dated 12 February 2025. It was received by the Golden Jubilee Terminal on the 19th of February. It was received by the Director of Port Tema 18th February. By the General Manager Port Operations Enzo Received 18th February. Letter is addressed to the Director General Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, Accra. Request for assistance to evacuate ECG containers.
From?
Your outfit is by this letter informed of the decision by the National Security Council Secretariat to evacuate 240 containers and properties belonging to the Electricity Company of Ghana to its premises at Abelempi.
What was the basis for that information?
It is not stated. In this regard, a request is kindly made for a rich staker to enable the Secretariat carry out its operation. Kindly find attached a copy of the bill of entry for your perusal. Regards. This is signed by Osman Abdul Razak. Oman Osman Abdul Razak, the National Security Coordinator. This letter is copied to... Yes.
Osman Day.
Abdul Razak, National Security Coordinator.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Okay.
This letter is copied to Honorable Minister, Ministry of Transport, Accra. Commissioner General, Ghana Revenue Authority, Accra. Oman letter we no na kakra because onim say the containers no ECG containers. The Ministry of Energy had instituted an investigation.
That's the ending one of 31st
January.
And this is 12 February.
12 February.
Okay.
If National Security per se omuko containers nibia, what do you think is the right
The
thing?
Communication should come from the ministry.
And I say it should go to the ministry.
Okay.
Say yes, we know say investigations be say you cost, but we want to clear so and so containers. The question on this letter, NSA.
The 240.
240.
Yeah.
Were these containers cleared? If they were cleared, when we go to Abelempe premises of National Security CCR, sa containers $1 million question.
If the containers were cleared, their destination was to the Abelempe. So if indeed
okay. And if 240 was cleared, is 240 part of
the difference?
1,328.
And I say ECG. Okay.
And also another question.
Okay.
That's why a forensic audit to reconcile these numbers is important.
So this was straight from the National Security
to the Port Director General.
Okay.
Where the first letter?
Okay.
12th February 2025. 240 containers.
Okay.
The second letter, 7th March 2025. And also addressed to the Director General, Ghana Port and Harbours Authority. Request for assistance to evacuate 706 ECG containers. You are kindly informed of plans to evacuate the list of attached containers belonging to the Electricity Company of Ghana to the Abelempe warehouse of the National Security Council Secretariat.
Who directed that?
Wenso is signed by Osman Abdul Razak, national security coordinator. So, but Osei, meanwhile, all port charges be suspended on the said containers pending outcome of ongoing investigations on same. In they acknowledge Wasana investigations air coso. Regards. Copied again to Honorable Minister, Ministry of Transport, Commissioner General, Ghana Revenue Authority, Commissioner Customs Division, Assistant Commissioner, Intermodal Shipping Agency, Maersk, Ghana, blah, 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 blah. And in this letter, Mpodi Oman, Oma attach stock of ECG UCL containers at Terminal 2. Container 706 containers, no? A BR number, into specific, the containers they wanted to go and evacuate from the port. Again, the question is that in this letter, so even though they recognize Senate investigations, the energy minister was not copied in this letter.
The energy minister was not. ECG does not even come into the picture at all.
They were also not copied in this letter. In the investigations are ongoing.
So we have 400 and we have 706.
Yeah, well, 240 and a
706. 706. Yes. Okay.
Mienu. Oka 240 and 706 bomoa. Domain 240 plus 706. Saying Mumbo Emfa 240 plus 706. Amount number saying 240 plus 706. Okay. 940. 46. Good. In the 946 containers so far, and I pair these two letters, no, national security, yes, be evacuated from the port.
Okay.
The question is that. Yes.
Between committee, no, and the ECG, no difference in you're saying?
1,328.
Okay. And you can't, the national security for a clear, no, you're saying?
946.
Into ECG 248, no, and now.
A number 946, and I say 1,328. Now,
okay.
And no, now.
Okay, so
I think a very legitimate question. And that's why we need to reconcile these figures. But the overarching question, the say, some 946 containers way, no. National security, eco evacuate ampa. Evacuate and Ewabelem Pewa ampa. NSA Quabelem Pewa. You bet my kind 946 containers no.
Okay, we need to audit that. That's what it says in any problem. Yes.
Good. In the second letter, national security. Then there is a third letter. Time and investigations, committee the committee had entered the Minister of Energy. Say boundary meters be ewo containers mu egu ho. I know so no demorage eka ba ho. Inti minister enhwentro letter na ECG your friends say omo clearing agent no inti me enclear sa containers in free ho. In the minister letter any oman it's dated 19th February 2025. By this time, that committee in Ejumana because in fact, you realize in this letter, say the committee had hinted the minister.
Okay. So it is based on the committee's hint.
Yes.
And the minister
Good.
Okay.
Superintendent of Police, Marine, Port, and Railways Department, Ghana Police Service, Tema. Request for immediate clearance of 75 containers owned by the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, at the port. Reference is made to the directive dated 30th December 2024 and reference letter issued by the Marine, Port and Railways Department of the Ghana Police Service in Tema. The Ghana Revenue Authority Customs Division, Tema, was instructed to prohibit all clearing agents/agencies except Dawat Bond Limited from clearing containers or consignment belonging to ECG.
Except?
Yes.
What was the basis for that exception? Okay.
By way of minister and a letter, Eddie Akoma, Superintendent of Police. This directive impacted Mint Logistics, one of the clearing agents engaged by ECG to manage the clearance of containers or consignment on its behalf. As a result, the company was unable to clear 75 containers out of the port to the ECG warehouse necessary to finalize the operation. Given the urgent necessity of these materials for power supply, we respectfully request your assistance in facilitating the clearance of the 75 containers managed by Mint Logistics Limited, currently held at the port. These containers have completed all required customs clearance processes, and all applicable fees have been paid in full. However, their release is still pending due to existing directives despite adherence to all stipulations. We request your directive to be issued to the relevant authorities to facilitate the immediate release of these containers, as their extended stay at the port is causing unnecessary delays and financial repercussions. We, however, advise that this clearance and release should be conducted under the supervision of the technical committee constituted by the Ministry to investigate the circumstances leading to the overstay of ECG containers at the port. The declaration bill of entry dated 2509-2024 from the Ghana Revenue Authority Customs Division is attached for your reference. We appreciate your immediate attention to this matter. Signed, Honorable John Abdullah Jenapo, Minister of Energy and Green Transitions, Wakopi Chief of Staff, Jubilee House, Accra.
So this has a copy to the Chief of Staff?
Yes, to the Chief of Staff.
Okay, so
and the Minister was requesting for 75 containers to be cleared. Again, the question is that, and this clearance was to be done under the supervision of the Technical Committee and investigations. Were these containers cleared? If they were cleared, where were they sent? Because they were to be sent to ECG.
Before you even get to whether they were cleared or otherwise, which containers were this? I still want to know.
Yes.
The 75.
Yes.
Was it a part of the 1,000 and so or it was the So here the minister had sidestepped Mint and Dawas, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the loading of the container should be done in collaboration with the committee, technical committee.
Yes.
Okay.
In the 75 containers, were they cleared? Yeah, clear. You call ECG warehouse.
Because was the instructions to clear them to ECG?
To ECG, sure. In this letter, to ECG. Enti oman yakai 3 letters. 3 letters ni nyina. There are a number of containers at play. Already, Yedikia Busa say, your friend is a Mint Logistics, 1,110 containers, no, omo clear ewahin. That was 200, no, omo clear ewahin. All of these numbers, no, would have to be reconciled against 1,328 na committee in each remua ayira yehuno. All of these things we need, and that's why, man, yes, serious say. Guess who has entered our studios? The MD, immediate pass, MD of ECG and our rescue. But my question is, now you have different numbers.
Okay.
Minister and the committee, was set. Committee now your Juma. It is clear. Say even time a committee in here, Juma.
No, chief.
Evacuations be being done.
Yeah.
And we cannot just rely on committee in a report.
But
we have to we have to commission another forensic audit to reconcile these numbers. Knowing, say, some private companies were asked questions, were given contracts under the SWAL ECG management to do a certain job. Omo clear containers no ana.
Okay.
2 companies. National Security, the minister and the
okay. Minchano, I'm just following what the minister and his team
yes.
And the National Security for I think that the National Security team omoko Dowenya was here for almost omakochi ECG and I say
omako
no, let's based on what they have said.
Yes.
So and I just
yes.
We are talking about missing containers, yes. But I can tell you with what you've read to me. Bibiani ayro. Debi. Bibiani ayro. And the usual among your seven and who here no.
Yes.
And the usual we leave people to keep talking and misrepresent the situation. Not the real actors. Because this is the national security. Omono si omakoye soup. E o miamia bia. Sa nyoma na yeka se ayira no. Omako identify say di bi kura. So dia na ayira.
And the other idea back on say in all the conversation, including the committee's report, and I think that is one thing as well, the committee would probably have to come and provide answers to. In all committee in Ejumano, and when you go through the report, there is no mention of national security evacuations now.
Ekosuno.
Almost say
Ekosuno.
As to say
but but
there was no mention
but they were directed that they should be part of that evacuation by national security.
It was just for the 75 containers.
But that's what I'm saying, for the 75.
For the 75, no, they were supposed to be.
But the other two, no.
But the other two,
they were on the blind side of the minister.
Whilst the investigations were ongoing, and the committee never mentioned evacuation anywhere.
But that's why I'm saying that my other surprise is that when the national security led the minister and other people to go to that place, why are we saying that when we know that Muama Kwakoshe who say Abrofu India for the China for me, say Obi, Obi Akotoamo. A very dangerous statement. Obi Akotoamo. So I feel that Mama shine sir MPP ni NDC and Tunche.
No, these are serious
I'm telling you
issues,
because Obi.
And what's the politics?
Because only you should munukran baby I could do nukrano. If what we are hearing and what we know is the right thing there, maybe even those people who come when as we speak now, maybe they're out of the country. When we go deeper. Because we are also picking intel about the presence of certain security personnel outside the country or move follow up on this matter.
And that is why I think, Sir Oman, to be able to ascertain the actual numbers, containers are a core ECG, containers are a port, containers are national security evacuatee, containers are minister car say committee in Muni 75. To be able to ascertain where all, because if there are letters to show, say, ye containers be free baby. Where are those containers? Are they part of the numbers? And I say, baby. And that's why I think, say, urgently, even if it will take His Excellency the President.
The minister is capable.
The
minister is capable.
Even if it will take the President to call for this forensic audit, for us to know the whereabouts of these containers, and then wide net, everybody is involved. Obia, from national security to the.
But who investigates the national security? Who's going to investigate? Who watches the watchman?
It's a forensic audit. They won't call for a bit myself.
Well, but I have a big worry.
Na you
me worry is, and I don't know why I would say OTN common of firm, but when you could do the about because clearly there's a report that is indicted in court. You in a way.
Yes.
Yeah, to me, yes, I report
there is this part of the report was a kind. Key findings, almost a possible theft and auction of ECG containers. I will committee in the report.
Bobby,
let me read this quickly. Number one. The committee noted during discussions with staff of Mint Logistics Limited and Dawat's Bond Limited the issues of possible theft and auction of the containers owed by ECG. The committee further observed that the prolonged stay of the containers at the port exposes the contents to all forms of security risks, including theft and expiration, among others. During the committee's visit to the Tema port, to ascertain the actual number of containers, it was noted that a number of containers had been opened and some of the items removed. Into committees port, not containers. Customs regulations allow the auctioning of uncleared goods listed under UCL after a specified period due to unpaid duties or abandoned shipment. Where's another very important point? Were there any auction? Because say uncleared goods a good port at auctioning because we need to find out that. Meba lawyer. No. Yes.
Oba be container no container ya label so ECG.
Yes.
Ade na auction container. enka container ni ya trust Ghana Armed Forces nkombe auction and I baby so dear man
no but say egu what chance say call uncleared
okay because equipment the material na wade
yes
to me fan ko wire ofie sound to me use wo area enema na ECG use na high tension high voltage ni low voltage enema enya dia an individual betimi afa no aka se oyeden okwako use wo ni fie me enda da me bisa question kito e bi say ECG ni ya buy
yes
cast house no so ya
yes ya buy
container ya trust Ghana Armed Forces go into UCL ube auction
the law allows it to be auctioned
munyina mu ye friends state agencies
the same state agency
yes maybe you not even prompt the state agency unim say be mama ka say bi ntia mama ka dinti amenam because ECG staff be brain na afre me entra na menam
Oma friend said
we mu kra na do da to papa so say afro
na on kasa ka bi mai yes min ko baby am okrum ha mi jae ejumai kokonsa bebre ba yese wadwane ena wayesi no kranya me nim krum ha na me wo min ko baby
yes
eyawo ana eyawa eha misisia eyedie committee ediayemi.
Were you spoken to as part of investigations?
Obia mfremi. Letter bia mame ho.
Committee now
no. I'm saying that for a fact. Say me wo Ghana kroma.
But the committee spoke to directors.
Yes, of course. That's what,
and you were not part. Are you sure about that?
I am. I say maybe me Busumu ewumumu ena me mami wu ye 19th April. Me nye mami nka say me mami swear by me mami awaka baby. Misro. Hwe committee bia mfremi. Ka committee ni fremi anka unia me yi me yem because Ghana na me so ye. Me ye adwumai for 2 years and 4 months. Me record edaho. The company hasn't seen this kind of growth in 2 years and 4 months.
Yeah, but that record flies in the face of the revelations
by the committee.
In this
so that is why what were they supposed to do? And your friend
are you sure they said he was not contacted?
Almost say almost contacted directors.
I wasn't
but say but the truth of the matter is
but Yabomi din will report num me na me catch row who can full report no who can executive summary ni na ka hu bi na magina betra no who can executive summary Yabomi din will report num
let's check it
yeah but Omabo din will report ma in sama omo kafa wo ho no are they not true
okay unim I'm tempted to respond but sebi na se sisi ana asem na ede e free menum
yes
we are now in the court of public opinion. Because there are very, very, very possible answers to all of this. For sure, you started program you can some time ago me by I'm around there watch ECG a loss reduction project. Over 6 to 7 companies are setting up factories for Krum Hasi. It was all about the revenue drive. You know also that meters have an expiry date. How can you ask people to manufacture meters and not have the requisite materials to install them? For another key issue that has to I was here sharing say Nkrofoi setting up sa factory see. Say omo shey una oni omo akasa and as you see my revenue cost and I kaisa so who say meters and we had an ambitious drive. A very, very ambitious drive. Say, you're replacing almost 6 million meters. Okay, mass meter replacement. Adia bakwa mechanism management on a situation. Situation be I do baba be 2 million. And I be and I'm taking this situation.
Yes.
Mike Tyson will baby say, you always have a plan when you enter a ring until you are hit on the nose. Obi abo hini so that. When it started say wasu nyina what ye basa me body me bisa say sisi a me pie free say no be dia de bo me trima And then the committee
no, but the committee about a conclusion based on something. Number one,
Obi.
I think we have to take it one after
the other. I don't agree.
No, there's a committee in the conclusion.
You cannot, you cannot as a committee, such a crucial matter. A person like a former MD, more can assemble. Report. Then the member says, report. How do you say that you didn't contact that person?
No, Minka said, contact.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, in the report now, they never stated anywhere so contact him. On Onswajatum say he was not contacted. But we have to still interrogate the issue they raised about him. And only Asama America.
And America say, here. We can agree to disagree and have a hypothetical conversation around this matter. Fine, I'll agree.
Yes.
But Assembly say, Sisia dear Omwaye no. Sisia mina mi di Assembly echi. Assembly na yede edi mi kan. First things first. Fanese wa toka free America. Amana bedru krom ha se. Car no bedru krom ha se. Our port unto your duty a car no wait make say car na wo ho. Se car na yira our port na hina na ama car na yira. Hina na ama car na yira.
Nipe also claim on, right?
But by wo hina ho.
Our port ho.
Eni wo abedu wo.
Yeah, no.
Enti aden kra na ye bo ECG kwadu ade.
No.
Debi tubu me
making the point.
Yes. International logistics supply chain enya agro. Ubo container number sisi a obehu be bia container no. Fanese wa ship o kai free abrochiri ba.
Yes.
Ubo container ni sisi be chiro be bia ship no. Any how many days e ba be dru ase. Beautiful thing is a container numbers in the bibia. What you say?
Yes.
Let's situate the container issue very well, because if we container issue no, and I didn't semi in ever. Because in seven million to me they are all mood. The whole so car procurement as bako and from procurement I think it's just basically two.
Yes, there is the containers, there is the procurement breaches, and then there is the haptel in sense.
Okay.
Yes.
But you see, again, a lot of things were rushed. Ubusasa adi muhina no muni ne kasa. Bibi ti say haptel no. Yeah, almost say the ICT friends say
director.
The ICT directorate was collapsed. Sa no mo kai. E report.
Yes.
It was never collapsed. Did they speak to the director HR? We never collapsed the ICT directorate. We never did.
But maybe you follow one after the other.
Sir, I was just prompting one or two things for you, which are some levels of inconsistencies in what I have read. But fine. I felt, sir, look, if we wanted to do a holistic job,
they should have spoken to you.
You should have spoken to me, because situationally, all of these conversations would probably because Oman Kabibi, Tawamitika, Osi adewe inki ebo hu komo year in fitiase na enka bia ene ani say ye kru inki enru hakra sebi ye na ye nipa Oman Ghana na yesom enye se ba be kata me bo akwa yo bisu anase me bo ne bisu aden me di boni wo krom ha say pa na se wo say ye bibi aden na me subject me who say ye bibi because ye de adwuma ma me say me nya ade ena me catch us say record of ECG. Well, sisi akoba ne say all of a sudden obiara efi say ECG na managing directors bi o bibia ye ka bibia sa do week no.
The committee obtained 2 letters dated 20th October 20 signed by Samuel Dubik Mahama and another letter 5th April 20 signed by Kwame Ajimanebudu addressed to the Ministry of Public Enterprise for assistance in securing approval for ECG to undertake procurement in accordance with established commercial practices. Prior to this, Mr. Kwame Ajimanebudu had on 20th May 2021 and 10th March 2020 addressed 2 letters to the Ministry of Finance seeking approval on the subject matter dated about.
Go and look for the definition of public funds. PPA is not blanket. Look for the definition of public funds. Whenever you are about to come into public funds, you have to do this.
Yes. But more argument, more contention, they say
you don't use. It doesn't use public
funds, i.e., Sika from the consolidated
funds.
Yes,
you don't use government subvention to run.
Yes, but I don't say you don't have to go by
but
public
procurement. But you have a procurement manual. ECG has a procurement manual, and the procurement manual is always approved by the board at the beginning of each year.
Yes.
So these are situational conversations. Obi, me ba se me ba be ka se ba. Me nyem twimi ma dem because me who say when was me fidie na person.
I want us to do it chronologically.
Yeah, come and see. Assembly say yes container era. Let me speak English for this one, forgive me. A container cannot get missing.
Exactly.
It can be misplaced.
Exactly.
The only time you can lose a container is when it's lost at sea. Because when a container, look at the steps. GPHA is not a small entity.
Exactly.
Ghana Customs is not a small entity. I'm going to subject myself. No, wait. I will subject myself to whatever investigation. Because the truth of the containers must come out. Also, we limit the conversation as if ECG is some form of cottage industry. No. When the backstory is not done well, you realize that there's a lot missing in it.
Yeah.
And let me talk a little bit about the backstory to help you. There were containers under investigation, under LNR. There were a ton of containers under also PDS.
Yes.
And the whole PDS arbitration in Yamana Ekosiise. So you have to stay your hand, because when you take those things, it now becomes what idea where you are liable for what?
Yes.
It's payment.
Sure.
Now, remove that one to one side. Yes, they said there are some letters circulating that I wrote. Yes, I do agree to those letters that I wrote, because the only way a container can leave the port from what you have enacted is by, let's say, an auction.
Yes.
I want to take this medium to tell the committee, one, you have been very, very unfair to me. And you, as a colleague lawyer, must agree. They have been gravely unfair to me. And it was led by very, very prominent people. What did I do wrong? Will it be wrong for me to consider this a witch hunt?
On you?
Of course. What else?
Because you were not contacted.
Of course. What else? Because give the dog a bad name and hang it. What did I do wrong?
Yeah, but because if you were not contacted, now it is in the public domain.
That is it. That is the problem.
I want to allow you to also give responses to some of them now.
I won't do that. I won't do that.
The import of this conversation is to arrive at decisions in to the benefit of those involved in Ghana.
Yes.
So clearly, we'll start on that leg. Now, why jittery? Say, hey, now go for me, tia penny, missing papayana. So I say, because Munim the anti-crabia, so observations now, Munim the anti could draw. I'm Pamonim
directors, directors, no board meetings. Directors in board meetings. And policy is agreed upon at the board. Only company secretary Kasai, because sebi, only company secretary Kasaya, and can say be wo mu kan no come on can sa.
Yeah, but almost say na mama 5 million every week.
Oh,
for clearance by more clearance.
Me see.
So the then MD was Dubik.
Yes. Me better.
Then
I believe so. By and large, but some of them.
About 2022, he was on
the 18 months.
Yes.
18 months.
Yes.
18 months.
Yes.
Now, Ejuma why 18 months no? Sebi. Me free September 25th. Oh, come back. No, said that was contract.
November
2024.
But try now. Said the
then. I kept asking. Said the then why?
But the Mint Logistics, then you signed that contract.
Contract near a year, man. Month benny year, man.
Or man stating in the report.
Let's verify all of these things. And ya hase na meba beka, and ya ha na meba be yi ano, and I may yi me when free asemu. Because I've already said, I will subject myself to whatever form of scrutiny.
Yeah, but they have said, in 2022, a decision was taken
in the same report. Omuka said Mint is known. Mint is known to them since 2017.
Yeah, 2017.
Was I MD in 2017?
There be. Debbie.
Was I MD in 2017?
What is it?
Wow. I am falling short of feeling like it is what?
A witch hunt?
I am just falling short of saying it with my own 2 words. Because again,
no,
there are
different.
It cannot
be a
look,
witch
listen. My nyai bibia. Abaya sisa. Yenjina ye penokre wum. Obia be ye na adwuma. Obia ye adwuma na wa ya ade ye mbɔ na baso. Obi so anye na adwuma ye mbɔ na baso. Sebi. You can see how the committee is struggling hard to pull ECG under the PPA. You can see it.
Yes.
Why? Because the principles. Wait.
Why?
Article what? 80 or what? 80 what? On the Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. Look at the powers of the Attorney General. If the Attorney General has written something concerning, okay, at the end of the day, if I have breached, who is supposed to sue? Who is supposed to prosecute?
The AG.
And if the AG has
the AG gave you that legal opinion,
whether the AG even gave it to me, gave it to Oman, or gave it to whoever, that is the AG's opinion. Because if in court today he wants to prosecute, let's look at the implications. Why are you struggling so hard? But
it is okay, ECG limited liability company, but the sole shareholder is the government of Ghana through the Ministry of Finance. ECG Sika can be
a public funds. I try to say
it can be extended to say, sir.
We are lawyer.
Yes, I know.
Extended. We are lawyer. And in the PFM Act, in the all, it states clearly what public funds are. It is stated
and
clearly.
That is why you only go by your procurement manual.
Exactly. Me yenchi chen semnum. Me dia use me come any man masa betri committee no boni ben.
By your procurement manual says.
Okay. Asemia ukwakofa kai is settled by that.
Hold on. Lawyer, does the procurement manual allow for contract to be awarded without going through any procurement process?
So the agenda say a year day now meeting ECG who can say have to contract in Kwana mi sign.
No.
It had then have to contract in Kwana yebi. Why di? Unyanye di. Hwe ye nyina ye ba besom wo man. Ma ye nye sa. Sa give the dog a bad name and hang it enye.
What is your honest opinion on this whole missing container in Komoi?
Me say a container cannot get missing. It can only be what? Misplaced or at best lost at sea. And even when it's lost at sea, you will be notified. Because a container has a unique number that it goes with worldwide. International Maritime Ube container no baby obia. It is here no. Question is omubo container numbers na and now after physical count no muja you say you then yeka.
So under your watch containers behind right?
Me under my watch there was a problem about containers that had been auctioned. And me too one more letters.
It was auctioned
by customs, by GRA.
They
were a subject of an investigation. The LNR project was a subject of an investigation. Yes, and when the thing is a subject, and it was a Yoko investigation, Tina Yoko decided. Atuso.
Those were the only containers you know.
Maybe better now.
Yes.
Now LNR deal ho, PDS deal ho. Mumunka de bako. Former President Kufuor first time they were preparing to send ECG into PDS.
Yes.
So there was zero investment into the company. Because you call PDS the investment, remember. PDS lasted 5 to 6 months and then it was abrogated. Then we went for an election, came back, and then what? In 2021, there was a managing director. We were appointed to the board. In 2022, on the 13th of May,
you became managing
director. So, based on that, you take an assessment of everything around you before you start what? Moving forward.
Yes, and the committee says, most of these containers were brought in during the period procurement
and then
estate and premises. Was that done? And what was the rationale behind the measure?
For a managing director to merge two directories, he needs the board.
Yes, that's true.
It was a board decision.
That's true.
I will not betray anybody if the committee failed to go to the board secretary to pick up the minutes.
Obi, but
you see, Obi, don't
inform the rationale.
To inform the rationale behind the decision.
Okay, Obi, let's establish three things enough. Which I don't like. We wanted to do.
Let me establish one final.
Okay, yeah.
What will be your explanation behind this part of the report? Say when they went to the port to do the head count, ECG send you a list. Say omo containers our port 2,462. GPH send you list. Say ECG containers our port 1,132. Omo ye head count. They saw say 1,134 in the ECG 2,462 against omo 1,134. There is a difference of 1,1328.
Okay, me say
1,328.
A container cannot get missing. When you look at the report now a certain point, almost say call GPH. Did they go to the other terminals, the other holding terminals to check? Did they go to the customs terminal to also check? You are also coming up with another evacuation exercise, which you with your own numbers that you are also count. Look, I'm saying this. Let's stop even debating this matter in the media space. Let's allow the state agencies to work.
So clearly, the minister
let them
just
put everything together.
That's all.
Yes.
That's the minister.
Because again, I've said it. Containers that are in the custody of Ghana Ports and Harbour and in the custody of, let's say, customs, what has that got to do with ECG?
Yeah, it has got to do with ECG because ECG awarded contract to two companies.
You see, you are missing the point. You are missing the point. Did the containers get lost in the custody of ECG?
No.
So that is where you start from. Don't digress the issue. We haven't taken custody. Former MD. ECG hasn't taken custody. If the containers were in the custody of ECG and they were lost, different ball game.
But the agent was an agent to you, ECG as a principal.
So the agent and principal rule comes in here. The agent, until he has delivered the container to your what?
Well,
to your...
Is the container with you?
No.
So if the container is even missing in transit, it's the agent's issue.
Yeah, but you should be interested in what your agent is doing as a principal.
But the principal has never said anything to that effect. We are sitting down, we're told that containers are missing.
Yes.
I am saying a container cannot get missing.
Former MD, me pese me chira say, obi aye suggestion bi wa. Enye de o kan me baby am ni we adwan say committee na enya adaji. Anywhere very unfair. You got a wrong premise. Yes, you be subject for discussion. Very unfair. Idea wa enya then you have to simply understand that. Ni enko on that. But no kwani say was a boy and common or say container be anywhere ayira. What one common simple. And what I suggested to the minister say na juma pa wa ye no
forensic
that's what you have said. If you no mama can't you say what you say mususu say me na mama container bi ayira dia mon frame me because one frame na mo amako church me krata so no mudi me din so abasa krata nim sa dia say man ko sa dia na mo da ba krata nim forever and ever my name is in that report.
Dia me kasa cry say staff no friend no mo friend no ECG staff friend no mo friend no problem no say ade no eni ye ho e wo ye ho na nka ye buya nka ntiase wo ho ade no yensa nsomu da.
But when national skills for the collaborators or tribune will be
Monsansom because our port ho our port no sika was some de mama mo clean man musimu niska
na make catch so what toka na bedru ha na uniska na be clear na epeja dia kosiwa se wunya osika no ayeden
na
guaranteed
to car na wuntimi clear na wugu so to cars ni be kan
enkomo bebre we chira enye ha.
MDB that's so, but the point is I disagree where you also say Yakofa Kaba. What the Kaba Kwaba won't be Tiaka. What's a cry another Kaba? What's a cry another Kaba? What's a cry another Kaba?
What use hypothesis now, you know. O cra cano, why a calculation sick any? A one hour by yare. Do so machine. I tell you now, mammy woo ye. I tell you, sister, or you
It is a kind of
So I started.
So that is where they stopped the 5 million
so I
giving to the unit
for that clearance.
Yes, for the clearance.
A bibia enye straight line. Inter me ka say management adwuma no. Otiwa on. E o say otie konwa mu. Otiwa na dia be bo wasum. Udani hu say wo yese opagya bo ani asa bo wiom. No amem. Ho na obehu say adwuma na ye dia ba no. Otiwa no start yare. Obi anti ase. Yes, you big man. Ubehu.
Mame. The former MD said, anytime he is needed to provide answers, he is willing to avail.
BBC cry the paper bring me privatization committee. And when we head the report,
the report na come.
Obi am me.
And that's what I'm Obi.
And I was invited.
Me Obi am me catch
to come and give your opinion.
Of course.
On
as immediate pass.
Now, I'm afraid any former minister for energy. I'm afraid.
I don't know.
I'm afraid any friends say former MD. And so I mean, and no kodanche. One more Napodi, Afenyo Market, Omunyai.
Hold me and
Omunyai.
Look at them.
Some politicians.
About container seven.
MD.
Omu nimu baby.
MD, what we have. Remember.
Ultimate responsibility.
Oh, my God. Limited liability company. Ultimate responsibility.
MD, but your infant got to watch it. But what about Bush? Also, please. To watch it. Let me change it. Naponi, Afenyo Crady. Kick them out of the equation. Yeah. They are not part. It's
the report doesn't mention them.
Okay, major.
The report doesn't mention.
Outside what the report. Which me can be because we dear copy. No doubt with that.
Sure.
And I remember siding with you. Say, many did me. And can you about what tenants now? As more can no other for us. Because see, what's the minister say? Najuma power, you know. On money, papa, because as I see a cornea could see it. Number 6, John Jinapoye Bo Abasu. Abasu body and say.
And I think for him, even a former board member of ECG.
Yeah.
A former deputy minister of power with responsibility over ECG and an Owabe minister of energy. He is probably the best placed to oversee this thing.
Tell my PPA Act in the buy and I can't say ECG. No, your board member. No, your board member only the Obomu. Almost much letter call said they are seeking what? Clarity. What you say, agrono,
okay.
Africa, they are starting.
Obi yentua so clearly he's not even so the man say I insist on what you have said. Let us also thank the minister in the midst of all these chaotic times, you know, and tough moments, you know. Wajina brani. Na say
the forensic audit is extremely
because figures, you know, also the former MD Krabaka said, BBI it is a reconcile. An audit of all what is happening. We can arrive simply and know the actors no mono.
And we extend the time, you know. Said the MD canon. Say Mint Logistics has been around since 2017. And we have to look at it from 2017 coming. Containers are abba, they ain't find a fire, ECG take delivery. Said the MD canon. As long as the containers is not in their custody. Which containers were cleared and handed over to them?
ECG. We should know that one.
It is our new money. We've not gotten anywhere.
Okay,
but we should insist that these things are done. Containers cannot just be.
I think we need to end this conversation tomorrow, God willing. I want to be here because a lot of in fact, most of the documents we have not read out. Namaka say we've ended on a good note by saying thank you to the former MD and then thank you to the sector minister now. I as I suggest Chairman say, it's incumbent on him to continue his good works by ensuring an audit that will bring out
the numbers,
all these numbers.
And mind you, said the audits should go hand in hand with criminal investigations because if there are allegations say amount for diverted containers are auction be illegally. Then criminal investigations should go on. And on what toy, anywhere I would
but say clearly the course he
oh sure.
But me mama wo Baltimore now.
Baltimore. In the US of A.
Intimacha me near Edgar. yeah maame Auntie Joyce dia na me aduma asante for him ono na ye di ne esi so okay na me aduma ne esi so 24th of May
okay
Auntie Joyce Madaroma Nyame Ashraw asante for him incoming or Baltimore Nyame aduma 24th May and 25th ye ba beta wachi mesremo all black and yeshe very important Miss William Shanes with the all black and yeshe continue e kan wasem no mesremo man nda ka na yeshe all black na enkotai asante for him incoming or Baltimore achi but that's it.
Me law lecturer Bako said, good day, council. I'm following your ECG story. Clarity, please. Empty containers to be used for storage of the equipment or containers shipped with items. Where containers shipped with items. Yes. And that's what
shipped with items.
Into Lawyer Parry Radio.
Lawyer.
Good evening.
And then lawyer said go
in the Mamene Haxa capsules enemy for ending como we are Honorable Kojedu Asarewaha and Honorable Andrew Ejapamesa Esquire, former MP Secondary Constituency, former Deputy Minister of Energy, and so Ewaha, near anyone where the Encomo. Honorable Nala, a brutal intermember. I am some few minutes. Unianete saying,
Pachanyam Bokona,
I said, who watch
who the Achapa.
And I'm on for Tundrun and two near that.
Pressure won't get
Into Obia Fain or Te Haxa capsules. Next, I'm a patria drew bear.
Pachamadas, first I can use a chat for you now. Haxa capsules meshano, a Osei drawer. Abadwaman so na sani odi kan edi kan ba hanum na esiase san ahyase bi o se obi a osa bia no se o start se wonom haxa capsules haxa mesha ebetumi aboana ma no osa no afri no so akọ enti se me boniti awa haxa capsules mesha no nyina ye osa adura onoma ebetumi aboa ona osa
osa ya yenimi ye
pachawane enti osa bia watidin bia ada se peptic osa ada se gastric osa ana se esophageal osa omubia no se wanya bia na dedu na osa enu bia no se wonom haxa capsules mesha na ebetumi aboa ma osa no afri so akọ
yenim se osa de very common here stomach de eno eden na deba ebi se wo kire wo ho command wunya ye no kre
dabi na emom se wanya redia na se wo kire ho command de ayenye obenya irritations e stomach ni mo na emom dia de ba na ye beka ebegina so aka se enema mienu na ye de ba H pylori a bacteria infection na enu enya free environment e ni nemu nsu ahyase etototo ye kra de besa ye kra enti se aduane na obedi ana nsu abenom ana ade bi odi ko nipaduane mu a aye contaminated no ene fa so a emasa ammo wa no betena ye nipaduane titiri ne stomach line enu enti omo so banso a ya no mo release more toxins e stomach line enu na afi omo odesa o how no aba ana ye san so certain painkillers bi so ho so a se so onom cha ene so tumi ko fasa o how no ba sentini se omu koso na sane atwi mu no meka ati beta se amaman eno no ye dia ebo ye funo no ho ban se embe ma wo acid ne be bebre acid na eyama aduane no embe bebre wo ye funo no mo se be bebre wo ye funo na stomach line no ma ya na hardware and se mu koso no bra wonnom sa painkillers no hormones be friend prostaglandin ene na release more mu koso no etimi bo ama onya mu koso no bebre na ebo ye funo no ho ban enti se wonnom sa painkillers na ya na esi ho kwan ama mu koso no ntumi produce bebre and the basa ma wa acid production no bebre stomach line no afi na e de ikuro no eba ye funu no and na fa so obi de edinya osa no pacha
okay inti say e banesa na symptoms when na me hu se menya bi
pacha mdas de tene say ya na ema wafum na nkasa na asem from agina weyam wafun ye kapu didi a aya udidi kakra bi na ese wa me because on from na agina weyam no na obi won so onya reflux aya na aduane ne ejegina na bo sa bi so ma ya na ne bo anu ankasa ehyehye no and obi nso nya back pain so kra true senior conditions especially with H pylori no aya na ne bo se no tokro na dan no fontem on so ene na aya na etumi ema oti half on so ankasa pile and this ane ma hudo we na yefunu mu ankasa so be ye wo ya obi wo ho no ma bia ekom de na aya ote ya obi won so odidi so aya na ote ya and this ane ma hudo we nyina science we no na aya na obi symptoms we na aya obi hu wo ni padua ne mu
inti se waka se edroi eye ulcer
edbachan
Se mitrimu ya me na kakra, why do you think say me ulcer patient or say me no me draw?
Sente o so no me yese. Sani edi kan say ulcer draw. Enti sente so no me yese so ulcer no ete se den kwa no ma ebe ma ho ato.
Oh sir.
Ba cha wane. Eno nti na ho be yan so bon haxa capsules mixture. Na edro nso ye no mbom.
Onum capsules na mixture ne bom.
Ba cha wane. Ni mo capsules no the normal water na ebe no. Ni mo ye wo carbon so she mixture no so ano so whatever no nti anopa mienu awia mienu then enwumre nso so mienu ti sa na obenom no with capsules no so na so one
and by the time you be sanu you are sure say na ohu ato
sa pepe na depend obi wo ho no ma sania ne osa ne city obi wo ho na de na ache wo no nti ho be hia so obenom ache nti ye set nti set no obenom no 2 bottles no for first set na is on no 2 bottles of mixture no then 1 capsules and our bottle and na we first set into onum wi o say osan eto aso nti ebi wo ho no ebi ana de na de be 1 year 2 years as at least 1 more number 4 set 5 set and in a bit me ama bibia fine and it depend obi aso ni body reaction say bra wa no madru na kwani pedon say na onoma response on ebesi ayafa ni mo say onoma madru no nkwan so de a me kan hye nyame no nyame say oho ebeto wanya pomode stronko.
Wow, that's nice. Yeah. It is me pebia twa even before that no we obia timinum bi we oba ye bema pinfo wanya pinfo obia timinum bi
bacha da bi omo a omo anyam de omuntumi ennom bi na nkwara omo nya 12 years so intumi ennom bi na ma fon so omo ma no fon so intumi ennom bi apart from that ne de obia intumi ennom bi bacha.
It is a me pebia ton so hin na menya bi wo
babia pharmacy bia na say ni herbal shop bia no obenya bia to anti kuma asefo beko de ni herbal obenya adre bia to repass herbal so e o cash dragging and I can so herbal so cash dragging na takrade fo beko mensa adre bu hon ma obenya bi ato ana say ni herbal shop bia de e o Ghana bia no kwa obenya bia to na say bia in case of so kon so na say e bia na adrone obi se obi no hon ma de numbers no na ho be hia so befre do fra adrone ba bia obi ano ye de bi ebebre ye driven so ko amano ne nyina aha atili hia na so befre numbers no na ye de adrone bia ba number is 0240 0240 238310 0240 238310 and answer 0203 822-855 0203-822-855 nti ebi obu ho no akoye endoscopy ana se ebi ya taking a blood sample ama ya ka se wo osa ne bi amwa ne bi woni pedu ana se articles too fa wajana kakra ma ye hu se wo osa ne bi a de hia no so obejo haxa capsules haxa mesha aye wona mra ne osa tamfo no so hono mu nko ade ebe ma oho ato ade obi wo ho no ma ebi a risk factors no obi wo no wanom alcohol sa ana se cigarette ana se smoking sa ama wanya sa condition bi a ho be hia se sa ne mra nyina no betwe ho afri ho na any food bi a ya acidic bi a no ho be hia so betwe ho afri ho there's abasa na ebetumi abo na nnuane a yachi no sa ne ma hodo nti obi wo ne de na che so wono maduro na stela enko sa ne ma hodo nyina ho be hia so betwe ho afri ho bi a spicy food a hodo bi no wono ma na noodles bi no obi ja sa ne mra nyina de ne betumi abo ama o condition na say wono maduro na ebetumi ama ho ato ntem ti de hia ne say obi hwe haxa capsules haxa mecha na ye kan so na ye hwe say obi abobon ho ban enche gozo nsi na toto no na mo nya ho de the environment no mo nti ye hwe say ye bedi environment ni na ye toto boys mu ba basa nti guys bi mo ho no mo di dwuma so Bastard Boys ho be hia say mo be come government abuaza nko government be bo mo ho be hia pa because guys ni di dwuma so no we ye dwuma so no pa and betimi abo ama mo wa no so ate typhoid ne kwara no na betimi ama eswate because of say ayana mo nya ho de the environment because of the environment ni ni mo na so ni nyina echi ne se wanya ulcer na o de hia so obejo haxa capsules haxa mesha na obeje bia no ma ebetimi ama obia nti your numbers no ye twa to kra na nti numbers 0240 238310 and I say 0203 822 855 into frau benya na ye no edion komo so
the missing number needs to be 0240 238310 0240 238310 and a 0203 822 855 0203 822-855. Mami sign for sa kwan so na men come for Tridol Express emamo. Tridol Express the yete won so a na ya sorry. Ene so pesa wo ship bibia free Ghana e de ko amanone a eye Tridol Express. Tridol Express. So we individual, we adwumakuo and now pesa wo send the packages. E de come relatives wo amanone, o namfofo, o customers e wa bruchire me patcho Tridol Express ebe sort out. Omono within 3 to 5 working days. 3 to 5 working days. Na oma sort out. Kama. No mo de nyoma ni nyina akọ. Inti sa wo ship packages free Ghana de akọ abruchire. It can be very expensive and complicated, but Tridol Express dear, amama ni nyina yemre, bronika no seamless and affordable. United Kingdom, United States, a home put the out in your mekoha, you're discounting heavily at the amount. The cheapest in Ghana, unya ubi odo nyoma, ebeko UK ni US, what teso say da. Individuals and companies shipping to the UK and the US can take advantage of some very, very cheap rates we ene. Na yesan wa proxy shopping service. I don't know. Tridol Express bet me your shopping amount on your behalf no. Or more by your shopping amount. Men how na o masen deliver at the about doorstep. Ewa Ghana on be deliver the aba. It is no need to worry about shipping, packaging for your items. Tridol Express will provide good packaging at the amount. Into your mono niomano, udi fi Ghana kwa bruchre, udi fi bruchre ba Ghana ninyina ombeye at the amount. Yewo yen app, Tridol Express app. Ewo iOS and as a Google Play Store. U download the app now between the track your packages in real time. Ewo ye app ye eso on your phone. Freyin CC as we need 0535 195 353 0535 195 353 and excuse me 0303 956 733 0303 956 733 now ni ini enkomo. At Tridol Express shipping is made simple, fast and reliable. You were the best prices to the UK and to the US. Packages so they go US are 3 to 5 days na akudu ne buona ewo form, and we also ship to anywhere in the world. Baby opese do onyoma ko bia wo wiase afa na nyinara. Tridol Express at the beko amount. Make us say honorable Kojedu Asare Atnase sounds na honorable Andre Japame sounds so Atnase. After this short break, Memo Akwaba na ya trust wedding come on. Stay with us.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM. Asempa nabo.
Tank na meta min high Syntax tank Diana echepa Syntax tank Tank benzu ne kita warranty bebre Syntax tank Na face so unim my favorite color no Tank ben ne bit me ayama me Syntax tank Obia says Syntax tank Case close Tribel tank Shedi actual eye SINTEX Syntax tank ana enye na bebie Syntax tank eye strong eye tough
Ghana fue
Franco. Esa the electrical appliances for just washing machines, engine woman, CCTV cameras, and need all clear. You know that Saba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any dear Kika, anyone says receive now. Franco, in Albania, the papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and chain in a mahoden cry. Franco, Kwabata be a benwo, name of head office, a water braka. One in Roxy Cinema Nedian friend 0246 422 338 in a 055 5939 311. Franco electrical appliances papa. If
Ecobank Mobile to make me say Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Science dia kesi agana fodi o power jet battery hono ye no kware o efisa me to me kai ma sesa battery be ye de wo ko sesa me discover power jet battery what me kai nya me si kwa mu bi me ne battery issue to nkwanta pa ye o enti sese de me ne power jet battery ambassador me mo na nkrofo ka kwa so ma me jump o mo de na makamfo power jet battery mo hu se battery mu gwa hodo power jet car battery the Roxin Ventures na ko fa ba omo Shalom Sport runabout wo community 18 Sprinters Road Felmo 0208 090-789 and 0242-314-774. Obenya Binsu Ashama, Kuwana so, Ochinanti Enterprise. Afi, battery shop will be a wabusoka. Kumasi, Kwame Choba Enterprise, Pampaso, and a battery shop will be a waswame mazin. Amakom, Macro Junction, Elfi Kaswako Winneba Junction, Swedro, Magazine, Takra, the Jasper Bia, Power Jet Battery Day, Power Jet Car Batteries. Oh, put that day.
Kanino na kwanya mefa so age sika frɛ amanone no eja me adwendwen pii na afempo menye me yonko bi nni biom sɛ ampa wa mane me sika
me nso me bisa me yonko bi na ɔka kyerɛ me sɛ na ne yire nso saa kosi sɛ ɔhyɛ ase age amanone sika fa CBG
oyiwa CBG na meje amanone sika o ɛyɛ simple menya ne ntem wonte o sika bia na bambɔ nso wɔ ho anokwa asetene mo ayɛ kama
I'm found the baby our dog for Wiasimu and Mamu Temu Wari. Consolidated Bank Ghana for money transfer services no. Ube to me Jessica every manone in Temso our how be animu. Say a MoneyGram, Western Union, Pay Angel, Transfast, Unity Link, RIA, Isremit, Funes, Tap Send, Ana Therapy, Jiwamano Nisikano, Abrini Abribian Temso was CBG Kwabata Bia Benwo, Akwa Baba Hotumu. CBG, we stand with you.
Gasaba inwusia efri eja ni jebidie mu enye maya pomuden te se cigarette nom ebetumi amayen akomayare stroke ana daache bi ebetumi ahayani ye nananom enanom ye nua ma eyerenom emerema eduane no afo ni obiara oda so de jebidie nu eduane mo mayen sesanko LPG gas National Petroleum Authority ni inko aka bom the cylinder recirculation model aba said the ebema obiara nsa ka gas wo bebia se wo cylinder ana se wo ni bi kayen CRM anamontuo ne ho eno ane se wo beko bebia yesesa cylinder no tiasika kakra bi na je cylinder ya hye ne ma ana se sa wo cylinder na gas ni mu no ye behwe se bibia ntochima se ye bisa mo se mo wo gas afedie gas Gasaba. In Kaiboy Free National Petroleum Authority, any Ministry of Energy.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It go make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. Even just tight with the apple. Ecobank Apple.
Charlie Jenna, life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Ramadan is here. Yes, Ramadan, a time to share. And Max Bar is spreading the spirit of Ramadan with exclusive deals beyond compare. Now, Mr. Discounts in the day, up to 20% our home appliances. So there is free rice and oil, packaged drinks, biscuits, any this Ramadan, Max Bar is where we are shopping. From the 24th to 3rd of April, call us on 054-401-9552 and our shop online at maxbuy.com.gh for nationwide delivery. We're wishing you a blessed Eid filled with joy and prosperity. Barka de Salah. Max Buy. Happy life. Happy Ramadan.
I got a feeling. Hey, Shamikano.
Hey, oh dear, we a guy what's in oh Miss Media no neat and the brightness in this way is super.
Now can yan chamber be a scratch na hu didi. Hwanim ha. Hwanchenchen. That's where be a scratch you.
Oh dear jai me pen sa me twini sa come on.
At A to Z Auto Servicing Limited, we feel the smallest scratch or dent on your car a major disaster. With A to Z Bodyworks and Special Auto Spray, we make your car even more special with interior detailing and polishing.
Darling, let me do what
A to Z Auto Servicing Limited, your one-stop shop for all your auto needs. 0240-202-828.
Feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo minisempa, de brane mamba. Obi, som. Oribo, Oribo.
Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. 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 Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen. Asempa 94.7. Asunyine tie. Oribo.
Ekosiisen. 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 Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. 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 Asempa FM. Obi nebado. Obiba. Obibo. Obiba. Ode. Asempa nabo. Obi nebado. Obiba. Obibo. Obi nebado. Ode. Asempa nabo.
Obinie. Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba obi som
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie ne wasoguso a utie no ma yema mu nyina akwa ba wo hwe omre na nonum abo pepepe ewo Asempa FM. So Honorable Andre Japamesa Atnase oye former MP secondary constituency, former deputy minister energy and a former minister tourism, arts and culture. Wabe Kansa ewa sounds on a former MP for Adentan constituency, former CEO of YES and a former presidential staffer. The Honorable Kojo Edu Asare, Abe Kansa ewo studio ha. Honorable Mesa kwa about then.
Unirin, Adumarakwa.
Bibi Abokoa. Yehu wa ha.
Papa. Maboko kakra. Yeah. Masisi, I'm reporting for duty.
Abba.
Full time.
Maybe she have class captain.
Oh, yeah, that party. Posi wacha, bensin is no.
So waka kaka onyu.
Oh, but papa ni dawaso. Koyo. Ungo fi body onya. Ejuma labo. Henya bia kabana henya.
Asempa FM.
Ka wenya ne kwa yo.
Wenya no kwa musabahama yesro na. Koje do asare mu na o. Agbo ejuma papa.
Oya se o.
We won fi mo e bi che wetefu, nche wetefu.
Wajodo. Sekunde boko a.
Sekunde boko. Sekunde boko. Eja.
Area we thank you Tona.
Waka bits and pieces. Okay. Kakra. Odu baby no na jumezibisa ode Okchumfi Sekuni weekends be and see more a few. I'm sure within 3 weeks I should be done. Sisi amu okuma na adamu from Kotompo ni Saman.
Okay.
Na maybe eja. Ma start ejuma. In fact, ma start ejuma po.
Very necessary.
I should say.
So you are back to law practice?
Oh, certainly back to law practice. And see, and a pimabembe bedroom.
Yes.
Na muye mekasha office.
Firm kakra.
Ma bo ejuma kakra na ma mebe put on hawa in the brain na yeah be abo so ejuma this. I mean Chazi we started work.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I'm
looking to see what the future will hold.
Very important. Yeah. Honorable Kojo Edu Asare. No, 3-piece suit today, Mr. Honorable Swagger. No, we brutal. We brutal. Net is saying
Obi, nyamia don boko.
Yeah, the nyamia say.
Yeah, fine.
It be a koi.
Oh. I'll be back. Me know I'll be doing komo several times. Me see me.
Yeah.
Kojo Edu Asare.
Yes.
I'm like the cock.
Upia o shen nsuo mu said obi piaba.
Before I will pass through.
Now what do slow that train?
Nothing can drown me.
Yeah.
Nothing.
After your friend Putisi.
Yeah, Putisi.
Ehumuyendo.
We fear no fool.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
I know now a day free baby, a free side too.
Yeah,
nobody gave us a dog's chance.
Yeah.
To see us where we are right now.
It's true.
It is our resolve, no, and that's all. It is circumstances don't determine whatever I want for myself. Ijinyamidi.
Yeah.
And I believe say
Obie kwan to be a queen.
Exactly.
Or say Omadi any honsu timi baho.
Wonderful. We've depended on that grace over the years. And like I said the other time, things like this, and your first time I hear.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Okay.
The other time it took me 1 year, 2 months. And so me fine. I'm Bonsu. We've learned how to abound and abase, as the Bible.
Abound and abase.
Yes, we are there.
Very well. Very well.
We are there. Near Yakakra, when you are confronted with certain bills, you understand. And no, it's not like in trap, but you need it to survive.
To survive, that's true.
Do you understand?
That's true.
No. Sometimes, not all the time, but whichever way we've survived.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's true.
Obi,
there's
Marcano or no quarrel. Na Okuma Junikis China say opposition.
Yeah.
Ewa. Ye prede baba power. Ye prede ye ba power. Hence ye benya ejuma na yai. By your opposition, what do we say about our colleagues who are in government? We brand them thieves. Then you could see, okay, it's in Kojotna Reke say, Bush and the Dean. Only a few years ago, our opposition, I was here before. Susi Anaban, Waba, a Juman 1 man be. All predator now so many be, now why? It's master. I mean, I don't believe in what the ends and so I'm or the yenya addition when you some keken
a proper reset.
Think reset no well maybe a proper one.
Yeah.
Because more do fool from what do Ghana fool in your more to Abamon.
On your papa
on our medewu on him on like they say rhetoric. On what can did you do?
Yes.
But because look, I look at some fee, no one can go and drive official car.
Of course.
But I remember I was on your show with him. My mama one car na mu top petrol mu petrol. You take same condition. You are enjoying it today. Legitimately so. Why? Because hey, Juma.
Yeah.
See about slow. Oma onye addition. Ma every day baboson and in 7 no
there are
embassy with empty stomach.
That's true.
That's
true.
The man some more care for me. Hey, in the run up to 2024 election, Obi anya small.
I was done with. What's that to done?
Man, I'm catch UK na US na no one can. Na sabe. Nyakopo no tum president na moto da no Abuja wa. I want to know Abuja when you pass ma.
When you pass no a lawyer of good standing.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
With a functional practice.
Sure.
Even though in the past 4 years now I took myself out completely because I didn't want a situation that may a Juma in government over conflict.
Yes.
But the kinds of things that we say against our political opponents. Yeah, today, you see them. They're in government. Same things that they were claiming the Akufo-Addo government, them appointees. They are doing it. They are appointing their family. 1 year, nominate and saboro. Ebisami. I'm going to get a blue. Oban, na ya batsi. Boss, the board down here will release the list.
Yes.
What's his senior man? Be part there. Why? I say don't get the government. I say don't get here. Is his son not working in government?
Or a deputy CEO?
On our government work. No, Papa, you're chairman of the party.
Yes.
Stand Dogbe, no brother on Yejuma or Abanum.
Yes.
Aban
one of the CEO.
You see,
Deputy CEO, I think. Senate also.
But and sure, why not?
Or you qualify?
Why certainly? Why can't you? Sabiwa, walk pro 24 hours. Yeah, economy no. On no documents on your ready.
What about across the country?
Why a 24-hour campaign? No, what promising 24-hour economy that is not happening anytime soon. I say, well, I really came there. Now, remember my instances.
You really came.
These were the people who were doing the legwork.
You missed the job.
And see, if say when we in the battle, no, na sports be or do you expect the Boka Kafa and an meaningful no about point one?
No.
But listen to the kinds of things that they said against Nana Akufo-Addo.
1 or 2 is fine. But
and this is a question of relativity.
56.
Or
issue of abuse.
Yes.
Was it under abusing?
Misrao. Abuse or Ochaden?
It has a meaning.
Ochaden.
It has a meaning.
Numbers.
Share.
Please.
If it's a question of principle.
And your principle.
No, it's what?
On your principle. You can do 1 or 2 and
so
the
it's okay.
system will even
it's okay that you
but
have
if
to
abuse it.
Remember, did you use my qualification? Did you qualify it when you were criticizing Akufo-Addo?
Of course we did.
But today you are qualifying it because you are guilty of the same offense.
We are not guilty.
Conveniently, you are going under the umbrella as your party symbol.
Mama,
come on, some more. I say.
So far, you've only mentioned one name. We are talking 56. We are
in ground rules. In ground rules, no. In ground rules, no.
But when you
are exaggerating.
I mean, exaggerating
on the issue of family and friends in this government.
Yes. You are exaggerating.
Who is sure?
Now, any person waiting me above. Who says they don't get your back?
So the facts want to be more.
Listen, I mean, I don't have a difficulty.
We came with a list. So if you have a name,
you appoint
Ebia,
which chairman of the party, who feel there or no, chief executive and deputy chief executive Juma.
Or slots not the bar.
And why not? Let me say, let it be part of the learning.
Not the learning.
But conveniently, now you say it about Nanche, President Bahama, Daniel, say, the Abedi one who needs no.
Acherua.
You see, on when you say,
oh, okay.
Or you see the tree version. Yawaha?
Apotro.
Upon training. Yawaha. A German when you're 3 months. Hey, oh, chairman.
You will be shocked.
Missy, you won't have who adverts,
we are not in your league.
I did not Ghana for the Barbara said Kinky no Boko 1 CD.
Who said
Petro Boko 4 CDs per letter.
No,
Obi.
Who said so?
Your adverts that you did.
Who said so?
By
what advert? I say President Mahama
you can't extrapolate. Made a clear statement. Extrapolate now.
Okay, so the argument has been say yeah, we're not documenting 1 CD. We mobile
5 CDs. It's Ebana set.
Anybody can say
Ghana had documented 5 CDs, but 1 CD.
And to be that.
What?
I want to catch one more.
What can happen?
I mean, the problem.
The rate of
mini problem. And when I catch one, but what see? Based on that, what control Abano? What hell? 2028, Papa. Young man now.
They are not coming back after 4 years.
Obi,
where are they going to pass?
Young men now catch one there. Waba na ejume bia no 1 job bia 3 shifts.
Oh, so what's what do we develop policy?
Target for 3 months. So what are you saying? Give it time.
President Oko State of the Nation. Or catch a Ghana full. Then the budget. Finance Minister will lay the key policy framework for the 24-hour economy.
Yes.
Finance Minister of the Bayer.
Now, policy.
Or the Bayer.
Or announce that what the Baba later.
Mr. President don't care.
Budget.
Mr. President see.
Policy
Finance Minister.
Yeah, but the policy framework cannot be part of
it.
Budget. And the budget on new policy side, fiscal side. What are you talking about?
That's true.
If you are developing a policy,
okay, Kunim, in the moment when you said you win off here,
problem. 3 months, my American, you 1 year now. Young men now. I promise one.
Our friend Willis.
You may be no erba.
Well, my dear, and that woman or left.
I bet 3 shifts.
Now,
three people.
People know. They are waiting for you. I mean, I can't make a work.
Sure, I'm out for it.
Now, one channel.
What can they do? Maybe I be for the patria.
Certainly. Nagenda no work here.
So what the example keke.
Oh,
what they policy mass. What they trim.
Missy, second what the dadan go for keke. Matwasi.
No.
Because na me atwinya. Me fancy.
Because Fantino or kana na aso kanu krebi. Onya no kreso no.
Campaign advert here. Say queen. Hey na yo.
Now, unim say
technology the internet never forget.
It never forget.
What's a cows are trapped by their horns.
But men by their words.
By their words. It's your
Unim say there is a statement from the Office of the Member of Parliament, Asen South constituency. Wachro to the Chairman Parliamentary Committee on Defence and Interior, Parliament of Ghana. Dear Sir, request for joint briefing by National Security, Police CID, Narcotics Control Commission, and National Investigations Bureau to the Committee on Crucial Security Matters. I write to request for the committee to invite the above stated security agencies under the oversight of the Committee on Defence and Interior to attend upon the committee on Monday, April 7th, 2025 at 11:00 hours in the committee room of Parliament. The purpose of this proposed meeting is to afford the agencies the opportunity to brief the committee and provide updates on investigations being conducted into high-profile reported incidents of serious and urgent public interest. The security agencies would be expected inter alia to provide updates on investigations specifically conducted into 1. The operation conducted by National Security in Sapeman on February 9th, 2025, which uncovered 12-footer containers stashed with gold bars and currencies. 2. The high-profile bust of cocaine of $350 million worth and another worth $120 million, which took place in March. 3. The 2 suspicious flights, namely Air Med Flight N823AM and Kavok Air Antonov AN12B, which landed at Kotoka International Airport from Gran Canaria on 20th March and 12th March respectively, and same believed to have departed back to Gran Canaria on 25th March, and which cargo they carried to and from the country. The committee would also volunteer information that would be useful for the security agencies in the conduct of their investigations into the specific matters under reference. Respectfully requested, thank you. We are Honorable Reverend John Intim Fojo, Ranking Member, Defence and Interior Committee, MP for Asen South. Wachra Koma, Chairman of the Committee on Defence and Interior. Say Chairman, and Shano Mumfre, agencies.
Now, you have a friend meeting na compel chairman to call a meeting.
Oh, sir, ranking member was all right.
So we can't say ranking member. All right, saying chairman no ne juma and this of a friend meetings. All right, say already.
When you meeting of the committee,
why not?
Meeting said the committee should meet National Security, Police, CID, Narcotics Control.
Does it sit with him as a ranking member to
to call
Request.
somebody or to request a call for somebody. It should be a suggestion. Suggestion. Untimi intro letter to compel. By what article? And now by what standing order? I know the yes letter. By what standing order?
But the government of the issue to hear from these security agencies. Asempa.
Please, I have said it. Me can't no pay metro. Speculation. We should all jack up just because someone said I suspect this and I suspect that.
But that's the
all of us should be jacked up.
The second issue of high profile bust of cocaine. Of
that is the only legitimate issue in this whole letter. The only legitimate issue in this whole letter. I support that because me curious to know what happened with that particular gold bust and all those that container issue. I am interested.
Okay.
But all the others are complete balderdash.
For the 20-footer container now near gold bars they carry, you support
I support it because we all saw the container
pictures,
and what do we call that? The bars that it engendered.
It created.
So definitely it whipped up our enthusiasm about whatever has happened and all. We want to know what has happened. So if you are requesting for a briefing on that,
okay,
I
and
agree.
350 million. But I don't put the president refer in the Facebook post and say, "Oma bastes are cocaine." In the 350 million, the only 120 million. Also, you support say
please
further in better particulars.
MP and what you want. Do you understand? These are agencies of government.
Yes,
agencies no were ministers. Some of whom are your colleagues in parliament. If you want information on anything, there's that proximity. Fundamental information before you go beyond that line.
Okay.
The fact that an aircraft lands in this country means it's carrying gold. I say gold, cocaine. Is that the logic?
But that was not how he put it.
What else? Or can I say?
On my
press conference.
Intel, I'm sure.
Press conference.
Intel, I'm watching that's a new woman.
Intel, or no
MPs, Munya Intel.
Everyone, that is why he's been as you can say. You see, these are the minority seems to have, developed a certain. They want to engage government. What you say? Like every day they want to put government
on it toes.
Like unnecessary pressure to derail government from its own attention.
Okay.
What you say? So and then we be a conference, graphic one, or we have a conference at 5 times. So the next day, another newspaper. Then we keep turning back and forth. What is that?
But sir, in this specific press conference, for the first time, you have the number one gentleman responding.
I am appalled by that. Personally, I am so appalled. Please, that you engage 4 agencies on the score of suspicion. 4 agencies on the score of suspicion. No substantiation, nothing.
So I say he should cooperate with them.
Please,
for them to do
it's a waste of taxpayers' money. On the score of the author of suspicion. What evidence did he adduce? What evidence? Tell me, what evidence did he adduce? Speculation, talk. No, your friend is saying. The only thing that we are plain BC from.
Yes.
Plain C from one. Now, cocaine womb. Is that the logic? Plain BC from the 2 year. Into cocaine. Any of the buy. What kind of logic is this? Plain BC from ham the top petrol. Plain BC from as a engine fault and now BB. Please, what is this infantile argument?
And do you think the president shouldn't have responded at all?
And I mean, just say he could have used even the interior minister or even the defense minister because who now your ranking member for they can give you so-called intel now. Breakdown. Now who say me go to Asempa. Wait, me bisa I almost say. You are not. Who say suspect? And everybody should jack up as Joy FM did the story on it. Here we are sitting here talking. Metro did it just because one person says I suspect,
no, but
and then all of us jack up.
But you should know, sir, if it follows 2 busts in the month of February,
yes,
Baku $350 million, Baku $150 million.
Are you telling me?
Say it follows Ghana, then everybody will be worried.
Bust now, yeah, the Ghana.
Yes.
Yes. Do you know when the vessel set sail?
No.
No. Do you know when the vessel set sail?
No.
And Saiba Bidua?
No.
You know vessels, number of weeks are immediate from place to place and all of that. Do you know where it's coming from? Who and who are behind it and all of that? Sure. These are security investigations. And a debay and a bust. A year bust so young Kataso. It was an open a year.
Yes.
All of us saw the parcels and everything. And you are sitting there thinking, say, because you're busty, your friend said, do you know how many times? Can you imagine how many times these things have been coming in before Yachiba? Can you fathom? And you never, through your 8 years, young chick be baby.
It can also be say biama.
Oh, please. One hour kind of punch, and investigations. And the reason they did not bust it at the port, because we needed to know more than just busted it at the port, so that we can get the culprits who are within the system. It's in a place. It's early days. When does the bust? Last Friday, Anambwa. How many days? And then how many times? And when national security is investigating matters, update. Since when? The MPP, a minority, and governance. After losing elections in this just a embarrassing manner, you are now coming to teach us governance. Please, I'm trying to restrain myself from using certain words. I'm trying hard to, but this thing, almost to come and before 2016. John Mahama got the hotel or Dubai, and our got ship, and our say just painted the man so bad. Some of us, even some of it here, we believed. Kobisa Captain Smart.
Ship.
Kobisa Captain Smart. And then, or Japan, or this one. Please, we had it all. 3 months into the new government, it has started again. This time round,
boot for boot.
Allah, they should try it.
Honorable Kojo Edwasa.
Obi.
Yes.
Kojo Edwasa, you need to go up here, but
Osei, what you did to do? Like, you want to discard government.
Let's go our pay. The member of parliament, Onyukwan, the Obo requisition meeting from the chairman. Is that what he's saying? That's not studio in Borican.
What is his locus?
He's the ranking member on the committee.
The locus, and what friends are standing orders.
That he didn't quote it in the letter doesn't mean.
On text too.
Asempa.
Look, so that we make reference to it.
Yeah.
It's easy to be. 1 minute. To be chairman
of a committee. Fine.
It's not as if ranking member the Nankasa Watch security agencies no call for meeting.
Look at the tone.
Will you allow me to speak?
This letter? As if a certain authority, audacity to determine what the chairman should do. And that is the posture of the minority currently.
In this parliament.
They think they have a certain locus to push government around. Please.
It will not happen.
In parliament, Obi. What is this?
Letty. Osei, I write to request.
Sure.
Read the subsequent
for
lines.
the committee to invite the above stated security agencies under the oversight of the Committee on Defense and Interior to attend upon the committee on Monday, April 7th at 11 o'clock in the committee room.
One mandate to. I'm at time.
And see, if it is not convenient to the chairman,
he can get back to him.
He can get or suggest a date for the security agencies to appear. But to suggest that a member of parliament, not only that, the ranking member of the committee cannot request for a meeting of the committee. Hey, Kojo. When you butero na yeah, so-called absolute majority who said ye who be do. Oh, ye who be da.
You abused it.
1992 till date. Ye who. And when you butero.
No, tell me which ranking member in NDC at the time could tell the chairman's on free meeting. Tell me which one.
Many times.
Which ranking? Oh
no.
I was the vice chairman of the communications committee. Please. Many times. When an issue of national interest comes up, you either do a statement and he says, remember, Kojo, Nyabutaro, one, Parliament is on recess. Parliament, whereas
Asempa FM.
Members need free of constituency. Embra because this woman.
Is it not during even the recess that we hold many of committee deliberations?
When people are in their constituencies.
Mr. Kojo, let's not bastardize the process. Mr. Yenya Butter. Osande, as far as I'm concerned, initially, we read the president's statement, and I've taken my time to read it again. I think it was the right call.
Or a president.
No,
some even think he shouldn't have responded to
I think it was the right call. Why? Because Obi, Masro, Kojo Nyabutaro.
Oh, me Nyabutaro.
Yo, Mary, able to me more than this. I would
not in this era.
Yeah. Babe, my planes to Nuofi Bay are reputed to be hotbeds of drug, global drug trade, Canary Islands. And it is not unusual, or it is very unusual, for an air medical flight to come into your jurisdiction from Gran Canaria. And thankfully, flight radar app on the internet.
Yeah.
Let's say Joy FM or Joy News. One reporter waka track plane
where it came from and all.
Where it came from. And the new movement prior to Obabagana. And the new movement post Obagana. Will you allow me to speak?
No, maybe so.
So building the point. My name building the point.
Air medical flight. O2 Okwa. It's an ambulance.
Yes.
All lift Nimpa either into Ghana or out of Ghana. Ambambe the 5 days or one location.
So plane not say crowd on the on two.
Oh, on a messenger. What track name movements prior to 19th of March of free San Marina or Santa Maria, no called Gran Canaria. 20th of free Gran Canaria, no Bakra. Obakra no odi 5 days.
At the airport?
At the airport.
On the tarmac?
At the airport, 5 days. From 20th to 25th. Or to 25th, or call back to Gran Canaria. That very day, or continue call Santa Maria. It's moved from Santa Maria to even Nottingham. So you can check.
With drugs.
Hold on. Content no. Osei, ne intel. Chede. Plain no bagana no. Wanfa nyimpamba. Oyer. a free Grand Canary and Bagana. Obagana and so Orokono. One fanning pen figana ha oyer or in a Grand Canaria. Inti the suspicion there because of the destination of Obeno. Canary Islands are reputed to be a hotbed in the global drug trade. No, ne intelawenya near there, the plane must have been carrying cocaine and some money, and so he's calling on the security agencies to investigate.
Yeah, but but don't you also think that to come out, put suspicions out,
but why
and
not
call on the security agencies to come and tell Ghanaians
precisely
what was in there?
Certainly,
that's not fair.
Why is it not fair?
As a lawyer, you would condone such.
I'm coming out. When your information,
yes,
he hasn't put all of it out.
Yes,
as a plane be Ghana, it's been established that the plane was here.
Yes,
plane no be no medical ambulance be or jurisdiction be or purpose or the call or cafe nipo or and all nimperco. In this case, otherwise, why would it fly all the way from Gran Canaria and come to Ghana, stay here for 5 days and go over for cement?
Ambulance and sister cement will crew.
Oh, send an ambulance.
No, you're talking about what an ambulance is used for. What is this cement? Please.
Obi.
You see, these are the people who are professing righteousness.
Obi.
Yes.
I want to be a host of the show.
That's true.
Yeah, I agree. So, on a certain,
I'm the class prefect. Please.
On the what class prefect you got? Madam.
Yeah, into Manakwan.
Where come on, some Maman comedy.
Some of you are in there. Whenever we are in the seats, it's a different story.
Obi.
Yes.
I fail to see how this matter of public interest, especially in the light of Basta Yakawasam in the month of February and March, should become an issue that Edward is sitting here when the president himself has seen wisdom. Osande, he doesn't think that under his watch our country should become a destination for these kinds of things. And we've seen, look, minim the facts or whether true or not, content the screw was in the 2020 general election.
Yes.
He's alleged the cocaine there was CZ war Cape Coast Road it's for him. The thinking is that because one party have a power and the people have become emboldened. I don't know. But it is important that when these matters come up, on ne potential or other young man the bad name ni emergency. Certainly. And I think that initially before the president there in team for your reverend uncle provide information, evidence, na state security is one investigate another. But I've read it again.
Okay.
All he's saying is that he should collaborate with them. And I think it's the right call for the president to make.
But if
he has taken it forward and look, okay, I as a member of parliament of the republic, many information that may raise the requisite alarm. Say, Omanpeyin si one investigator, let it be the committee that then engages the state security authorities to come and provide some assurance.
Asempa FM.
No, to provide information. Oh, yes, we knew. These are the documents. Will meet all the requirements. What about Ghana? What may advanced knowledge or notice the ambulance Araba on ye passenger XYZ no womb or suffer from ailment EBF Araba UGMC with basic medical attention. Ye we are in our call. On into the plane nobody 5 days as opposed to the usual expectation. The airline or to them noba. Oba dispatching the cargo nana. It certainly requires some investigation to be conducted. So I fail to see why you are animated. There's absolutely no basis.
Animated animated.
No basis whatsoever.
I don't know why.
Animated.
Yes. Animated. How is it an insult?
What is the
Obi?
The base.
Yeah. Oh no.
The base word.
Oh no, please.
For animated. Tell me.
No.
Nkofo raise relevant questions.
Yes.
Before the obey the state security agencies. Obey interrogate. Osei, flight plan or submittee. Full flight plan.
We are talking
by the airline.
2 flights here.
Yes.
One here medical ambulance.
Both of them.
And the second one.
Both of them.
Okay.
Air operator and certificate. Landing clearance or them on time slot or them on. These are all information that would be relevant to unravel whether indeed, and of course, I'm sure that any additional information beyond MP no one, he would provide it so that the state security agencies can get to the bottom of it. Because we cannot afford as a country the Ghana will be tagged as a transit route for drugs and a venue for money laundering. So what really is your issue?
His issue really is that when you put out speculations in an attempt to want to create a sense of AEB, distract government from Osei, essentially
how is this distracting?
The minority is becoming
Obi, how is this destructive? Is it a matter of fact that there was a medical ambulance that came to Ghana and stayed for 5 days?
Fact.
So we did not know, and if somebody says...
If you want to know, go to the agency.
You
don't have any audacity to invite.
MPs with different tools.
It's unbelievable.
Which tools?
That's why you're MP.
Which tools?
It's been a press conference.
Which tools?
You've been an
to come
MP
and speculate?
No.
To come and speculate? Obi, face the facts.
Obi.
At least we must have some information establishing.
Obi.
You see,
so there were flights in Ghana.
Nobody is disputing that. If there were flights, question I asked post that a say it's a flight bar, not cocaine room. Answer me. So let the people work. Yes, presidency Yemfreo.
Yes.
Now you want to tilt kind of saying parliamentary committee as a buffer.
But the member of parliament has immunity.
You ask which immunity?
But what?
Which immunity?
Obi.
So he can't be.
Even if he held it outside the precinct. Now, when you're no journalist, I won't grow when you right to withhold information on your sources.
Police
and a member of parliament cannot have that right.
Police and Tata.
A member of parliament.
We do.
What is it? Xavier Sosu.
Yeah.
Until he went and reported himself.
Yeah. Obi.
And then on your own immunity.
Obi. Yes. I frankly don't see what Edward Sarene Etikora pay.
Me to compare because with this impunity will not be counted.
What impunity?
Abuse of public press
conferences are NDC for.
What is that?
Over the past 8 years.
This is what
3 months in for the one level of intolerance.
Intolerance. This is pure. You see,
that's intolerant.
Intolerant. 3 months. Allow us to work.
But who is stopping you from working?
Allow us to work. Just one person spoke. Embra, BNI National Security Embra, police. Just because one person said, he speculated and said,
those are the key stakeholders in the national security architecture.
Then we should all jack up. They see how they do a parliamentary committee. So people who have gone on research, some of them are in their constituencies working. They should stop everything, and then he has given time and day. Fuck impunity.
Hey. And on the kind of engineer,
because we won't allow NPP to dictate how to govern
this country.
We won't allow that. Ada free Togo and Chad.
I see.
We are also Ghanaians.
NPP for no free Togo this year.
But you are saying it's a Ghanaians.
But sir, Honorable Ediapamesa, you agree with him so there. They've been in power for 3 months. What you dare say? Why the our power be 3 years? You should also won't take you one time. They've been given a mandate to govern. Take your time and watch them.
Obi, for the first time since 1992, the standing orders of Parliament were suspended to afford Mr. Mahama room to vet his ministers in
record time.
On see that.
Yes, that's a fact.
So what is the issue? And see, we all agree that Abanfofu Biaba or the man space more oil ejuma. And see, if there are critical matters that are coming up, you shouldn't speak. I wonder what you want to do with Ejuma. You shouldn't speak. Ghanaians, Mr. Mahama Naban was sacked one purely on account of the fact that they were recruited within a certain time frame. We shouldn't speak. Then after when he goes to aid, then he go and call for national unity. We shouldn't speak.
Calling for national unity doesn't mean we are going to let people go scot-free when
they are wrong. Yeah.
They've offended the law.
Koje.
Yes.
Yeah. Ekroma haiwa. Na yetbo. Now, history should teach us that Abanibia, no matter how long, what time, Bonsu. On Americano, right from the very beginning,
when you are on,
I set a certain tone. The utterances be in the yeah.
Which is what? Then I can't have.
What are you doing?
Oh, please. Which is what?
This intolerant position that you take. Yet to come, look, remember, rabble-rousing for what?
You are rabble-rousing.
If you think that this thing, look, I'm a constituency, a company area, the extent with which drugs are destroying people, young men.
And then,
if someone constituency be what?
When they were doing it,
you will be concerned.
You didn't
I'm coming. You will be concerned.
Now you can see. Those days you didn't see it.
You will be concerned.
Opioids. Now, Crawford, no, you see every baby.
You
didn't see it
concerned.
Now you are in opposition.
But say you will be concerned. If flights are coming into town and are not carrying passengers for purposes for which the flights were, the airplanes were made. Questions should be asked.
But those questions should be grounded on
absolutely
solid.
Precisely.
If you are asking questions, ask questions. Don't impugn the wrong motives before you start asking questions. If you want to ask questions.
Statements.
Don't come in and say, you suspect, say, the drugs, and then. You've already determined what answers you want.
No, say suspect. Suspicion, yeah, he was not definite. A suspicion, which he is allowed to do.
That's an airport or security phone. Are you saying so?
Oh, say drugs, they mostly to me FM, even when security for crowd.
I in a firm during their tenure. It me firm there. I in a firm during their tenure, and I in much.
Very well.
Yeah, Chino. Yeah, mom, you want to impugn negativity around our necks. We won't allow it.
My main kind message is Kakani Emra, your next issue. Ekosiisen So where's hi Obi? Good afternoon. I want to wish my lovely and beautiful wife, Prisla Ya Ahado of Pro Pharmacy in Pokwase, a happy belated birthday. I pray for God's blessings, good health, and long life. I love you so much and wish you the best in life. Nicholas Wahine Ajekum, Ewa Coventry, in the United Kingdom, and on the way, Abayakwama Neyere, Prisla Ya Ahado, or Pro Pharmacy, and or Pokwase here in Accra. Belated happy birthday to you, and live to be 94.7 and beyond. Ma Yenshene Twaso, I have. Where's the Obi? Honorable Edwasari and the NDC started attacking Akufo-Addo from the 7th of January 2017. Do you remember the plagiarism noise? Junior in Tantra Hills. and or the way are praying. Hello, Obi. I have said this on countless times about how we are using new media in the name of doing podcasts to share misinformation, peddle falsehood, and denigrate integrity built for years. And Obi, you guys seem quiet about it. Okay. Godi Medase, Papa. Hi, Obi, please ask Honorable Kojedu Asare. When Honorable Okwejetua Blackwell was putting out the presidential travels of President Akufo-Addo and calling on the government to answer questions, what was his stunt then? We haven't forgotten how what happened to Na Ayele Ametepe, Nana Amponsa Bediako Edie Enono. Hi, Obi. Today is the birthday of Lady Pastor Monica Owusu-Ansah, wife of Bishop Owusu-Ansah. Oh, okay. The Lady Pastor Monica Owusu-Ansah of the Daughters of Glorious Jesus fame, Bishop Owusu-Ansah Eyere. Lady Pastor Monica Owusu-Ansah, happy birthday to you. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. Reverend Oforiata, thank you so much for the reminder. We say hi, Obi. Good evening. Honorable Edward Sari. Hate criticisms. We are not safe as a country. Lamtekin Rashid, Ewotema, Gulf City. I'm also told, say, Margaret Ansay, Mago, birthday, inti. Honorable Margaret Ansay, former MCU, Sohom, NA, Oko, GEA, or no NA, CEO, Ewoho. She's 40 today. Oh wow. Auntie Honorable Margaret Ansay, happy birthday to you. Happy 40th. Welcome to the 4th floor. My colleague Efia Mankwa Tamaklo of Adom TV, NA announced now the Efia Mankwa Tamaklo, happy birthday to you and have a fantastic birthday celebration. Cosby, Chum, Okomankra. Oh, where Cosby, Dr. Cosby of Yasitinem fame, Yasitinem producer. No, Charlie, Cosby, you're brutal. Canadian burger, any US burger, Cosby. No, you're too much. Happy birthday to you and have a fantastic birthday. Reports and so are making rounds on social media. And it's Gordon Asari Bediako, editor of the ABC News, is reported to have been invited and detained by the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Reasons are not yet known. Those are the reports we are picking. Gordon Asaribediako, editor of the ABC News and a staff of Wontumi TV and Movement. It's Wontumi Radio and Movement TV here in Accra. That's the information we are picking up. But we say Obi. Honorable Edwasari is saying we shouldn't conduct investigations based on suspicions. He has just forgotten the raids at Ken Oforiatta and Dr. Addison's house, all based on suspicions and allegations. I'm surprised the flight lieutenant Okudzeto, who used to give us updates on presidential flight, is quiet on this cocaine flight issue. Master Planner Junior Owakin Tampo. Hi, Obi. Please tell Honorable Edwasari I stand with him and his appointment shall surely come. God's time is the best. Just to add that wonder shall never end. Is that Honorable Ejapa Mesa? Please tell him the mischief and propaganda he's doing are just interesting. Tell him to be prepared to be doing this mischief for the next 12 years, that he and his NPP party would be in opposition. My friend Ejapa has still not fully recovered from the abysmal and gargantuan defeat they suffered some 4 months ago. No more propaganda. Ghana is being reset, and my friend Ejapa should join us, have or build the Ghana we all want. I agree with Honorable Edwasari. We would not allow the NPP to determine how this country should be managed with their distortions and propaganda. No amount of their excessive, unwanted and needless press conferences with no substance will be allowed to stand just to make the government look bad. Thank you. Paul De Suso, Worcester, Massachusetts. Obi, good evening. Happy birthday to King Hassan in the United Kingdom, an ardent listener of your show. Also help me plead with Dr. Valerie Sawyer that my green letter is yet to come. Eugene Eshen Elliott, Clote Kwole, NDC Constituency Secretary. Eugene, now by this time I will train green letter. Sure. Oh, the opposition deputies, the Ukrainian Asana, by this time, will change green letter. Hi, Obi. I'm very surprised about the attitude of Honorable Eduasare. With his tendencies, dictatorship is not far. Edwin Ewatakrade. Obi, anybody who will tell you that change is not vital in governance is a typical liar. So what would have happened to this country if the NPP government was still in power? In fact, all these revelations will go under the carpet to cause harm to this country. I thank God and Ghanaians for the change. Regards to Chief Julius Deborah, Sir Prince Ewo Ayen Suano in the Eastern region. Finally, Obi, only 3 months in power and they can't tolerate our views. They should watch the space. Regards to Honorable Mesa, Ibu in second D and Odiwe Abba. Ma Yamra, first one, we started the Honorable Kwejodo and we remember Honorable Mesa. Missing containers, matters arising.
The missing containers issue in chair do big Abba. We speak to it sufficiently.
Okay.
I'm not sure he did that.
Opinions.
He only came to, correct some gray areas. Who said one best. He never spoke to the substantive
the response to the substance was say uncanny in our.
Exactly. So I want him to do his part.
That's fine.
See, Musa Loka Crow. My choice of words, you're very clear. I didn't say that on the report. Dubik has come to speak sufficiently on it. I didn't mention the report.
Okay.
I said the containers.
Okay.
It's Mercasity. So I'm very deliberate.
Empty or
with
content.
But Honorable Mubo, we say, Obi, please let Honorable Kwejo Eduasare know that we cannot be intimidated. We are going to hold this government accountable and point out all the ills, whether he likes it or not. He should stop the intimidation. It will not work. Kofi Tonto and Onodiwe.
He can intimidate. Obi.
Yes.
On the issue of containers,
sure.
I think that the former ETG managing director has done justice to the issues. Masre, na fair hearing, the obwa, it will help in shaping conclusions.
Asempa
some way,
FM.
somehow. And in the long run, no, unravel the truth behind issue BR or of immense public importance. ECG say we import containers utumiyewa. Wa value, of course, never value no can only be approximated because container biana items or woman. Na items or woman biana depend on the value.
That's true.
But if the company can lose 1,300 containers, the monetary value or ultimately cost to the state. Into the containers 1,300 to me, it should be of concern to everybody. But haste may lead to drawing conclusions that may not be entirely factual or accurate. Amamuhun reporting first no. I was completely taken aback. Ghana ha containers bottom wa yo mo wa ya. Osande anye kra ma me yi car wo port da. And processes are go through. Wo be container no po de best lot wo bo do. We inspect. Walk through the motions, customs. Na no can wait a whole day affair. Echo port and a pa. I lucky anye 4 o'clock, 5. and son a 20 footer 40 footer container a depot. So to suggest the 1,300 containers are missing. So I took my time and read the report. And I was convinced that it may not be the case that in fact 1,300 containers are missing. And ECG for my MD Zubeno, he put some technical terms to it. Was on the port one, several terminals were.
Yes.
Are able to misplace container if you do a physical count. Ebia no ni terminal ekwe. So it would have been good for the committee to tell us the Yako Ghana ports one terminals counter ye counting no. Ya track containers no or ye empty. Another containers no in fact why you. And then the question would then be asked there no you win or you will port another you will ECG warehouses another or you will win. But certainly if you read the report, the suggestion is that I got missing at the port. So why the container no mess? And you see letters that subsequently all pop up. All suggest there you can actually account for all the containers. To 706 now, National Security Watch, for example, the one in Fiono. We should be able to know whether it was part of the containers that were counted.
Yeah.
And now there.
In fact, National Security wrote 2 letters. We read 2 letters. One is 706. The first one actually was 240, and the second one is 706. And that's a combined figure of about 946.
You see? Tmasre, the pension, the yebo crucifying Kofo in the media. I won't say that they be deliberate because I know my brother JJ is very thorough. By JJ, I mean John Janapo.
Yes.
He's the Minister for Energy. Tmasre, only few weeks ago, Attorney General did a press conference. Also, in 39 million cedis. Why you? And list items, property, obia acquire one line item. Nankasa ne value order to 127 million. So it begs the question that would 39 million Iowa no because no 127 million worth of property. How can he say it's your money that he used to acquire that? Haste.
Asempa FM.
Tmasre. Look, Obi. I don't think that as public officers, and I occupy a public office, we don't embrace accountability. Certainly not me. And during the course of my tenure in public office, from the Miyano, and everybody I occupy a public office piano, I believe will be prepared to answer for their stewardship. It's not a perfect world, though. It's not a perfect world. So yes, you may make some mistake. And what from now or day now you have to answer and own up to it. But that be prepare need information about to be go. Now what started that we interrogate them information no. Uncofa form opinion about people already. We crucify one. Then it begins to be clear that now the Motsinya. You may not be able to repair. Reputations are destroyed in the process. Tiabasre. Thankfully, Minister for Energy and Green Transition Osei committee no ejuma woye no. It is not the end, essentially. And that some 3-member committee has been established to get to the bottom of it. What may nya botar ni yenwie. Na so be no about at the conclusion of all that, then we can ask the questions. It's masre. Na crucifixion na the haste. Eji, don't be under pressure. If you follow the Hawks, your hard-earned reputation and track record will be sacrificed on the altar of pandering to public pressure or your party Hawks from pressure. And yeah, by all means, do your work. No issues. But from where I sit, I'm almost certain that at the end of the day, all the containers are ECG where import should be accounted for. And they should be able to. When the right people are engaged, the right questions are asked, the right audits are made, we should be able to account for all the containers. May you to me account for no. Na say that mo was woko humbi wa Chinese for one warehouses. Woko humbi wa India for one plant no. If obi no turn him on, certainly let's hold them to account. But I think that the 1,300 missing containers no committee no umbre final interim report today.
Interim report was
I final. I who it tells you that they probably were under some time constraint to finish, because otherwise with the caliber of people on the committee you would have expected that the final report would be a final report. An interim report would be an interim report. There certainly will not be a final interim report. I really don't want the Yabama, but of course, consistent with the Nankasa in nature, you be reduced to MPP, NDC. For all you know, political actors may not even be aware. Of course, if they are not aware, then we are containers are or ECG property. Question then arises as to one supervisory ability. So you can question them. I don't have a problem at all. But let's wait. Now you make conclusive findings and sana without
that's fine.
The needless day because on omwa.
We called for a proper forensic audit to reconcile the numbers. Numbers no why are all over the place too much. So we need you to reconcile the numbers well. Honorable Dwasari.
Yo Obi, I'm say this container issue buy no a minister no Oshas or ma I say at 3,500 and a year, and that was what the transitional team on the other side figures on the man. He made a visit to the port. Or call port on documents I say or to ascertain the facts. They told him say a year 2,500 and a war issues. In Tisa 3,000 from the 3,500 from transitional team, and then 2,500 from the port when he made a visit. And on a trigger, because the numbers were at variance with each other. And he triggered that suspicion, said, then something could be wrong. Let me dispatch people to come and do a head count of the containers. And a day, 1,358 issue, a buy. The moment this thing happened, it will be 2 weeks ago, we were in this studio. And you know the position of the MPP at the time. Oh, and yeah, we muna. Oban and saying, "Anna master tea," and then they gave the containers some wings, flying containers, and this and that. What was it meant for? Kofi Tonto or Kahubi, he just sent you a message. He posted some of those messages. Today, on the script nasisa. Sesia de yenya butre na yen hwehwem. When the facts are beginning to tilt towards a certain direction. Na omo so earlier on what they thought was the case. Now we should have patience. Not thorough and not this and all kinds of words are being, coined this afternoon by my brother. Some are even calling for the minister's resignation. Some are calling for his sacking.
No, that would be too early.
Oh, it's all over. Not the social media. It's there. For me, minister, every now and then when he speaks, Osei Botre, now we'll get to the bottom of this matter. That has always been his your friend is saying parting comment. We will get to the bottom of it. We will get to the bottom of it. And some of these things, and yet that cross him. We need to give it time, even though time and also time our woman no time be brain so now crofon so far I drink for. Now Tisania do big beka or high. Container be our number. A car container near my woman, not an empty container. The containers they can be found. They be Afabia because the containers belong to a certain freight shipping line. That's right. Yeah. And they will always call for it. Because they deliver.
Commission it.
Yes, once they do so, and they're fine. But say the Nyamagum na Oba, you pay a deposit to move it to a particular side. Look what discharge we are. Then you take your deposit. The containers there, so they will find their way back to their owners. How about the content? Because we are not talking about empty containers here. We are talking about the content. And I think that should be the worry for all of us. And the fact, sir, a managing director of ECG will come and sit here and try to pontificate.
Pontificate. See, Oman contacting.
Oman contacting us saying.
Saying.
No, saying.
Do
you know the rules of engagement? Yadima committee. No?
Yes, it's in the report.
The body will say they should interview.
No, but the committee themselves said so. They've contacted directors of ECG. And you don't speak to the managing director.
2 questions. Do you know the rules of engagement of the committee? See, it's there.
Yes, it's in the report.
Mibisa say almost state will say they wanted to speak.
Directors in Gaza.
They needed to speak.
One report was the 2 when you ECG directors in Gaza. So why did they speak to ECG directors?
Determine who they should speak.
Look at that.
So then why do you mention his name in the report?
Why do you mention his name in the report, Sese?
And you make allegations against him without giving him a hearing.
Please.
That's fundamental.
You are sitting
Natural
here
justice.
Telling me, say, report.
But justifier.
Report, is
an argument.
The report is in process. So say
no.
Yes, almost a final interim report.
A final interim report.
Have you started?
Also, the definition.
Have you started? One I will say Yenja You see? So say young flower. Maybe I have built a prima facie case against you. So relax. Take take a chill pill and relax.
Onyabutre.
Final affair na be young starting no. You should take a chill pill. And for him to even walk into this studio, it was only meant to do one thing. Of the show say, oh, me call baby, I'll
come in.
I'm fan top on call. When the case is built, na say ni asese uku baby akuyiwa no wono. Wesese ukuyiwa no. Be from akuyiwa.
But don't you think, sir, irrespective of everything that has happened, a committee doing investigations on ECG.
You see, Obi, why do you want to do things on your terms? As if
on my terms.
Yes,
natural justice.
That is what you think. Please, natural justice. No, Obi, or the way are interpreting them out. And I'm more the one line. And
listen to the other side. And I don't be a judge in your own.
Who has indicted him for anything?
You've not read the report.
No, almost why they.
A lot indictment in the baby.
Now excuse my small common sense. Sir, you were asking those questions and he was trying to be elusive. Obi, we are head of a friend saying Asempa Ewahasi. Now say, what to me a supervisor? Now I hear procurement. I wouldn't say, and the man I hear the ban. You will need money to clear. Now say who need scanner you declare. I don't know order.
And yes, or say I didn't yes simple. So I said
you didn't try me more.
That's all kawa.
Say
it's not that.
No, you tell me what it is.
Sometimes no, who is kawa clear? What the new manaba? A do time I say. Oko clear now. Before for a company, it's management. Before can come up, or so this cannot a share emergency.
Obi,
and yes, straight line.
It's a bad manager who does that. Oh, bad, terribly bad manager.
Could you do us?
I tell you no lie. Man, just say me restaurant no crime on to me running.
Now I feel open.
No, it's true because you can't this logic. What's so called logic here? Okay, Obi, and yet any management base be how. You know very well, say, will containers ever. It doesn't take a day for these containers to get to China. Yes. It takes about 6 weeks. If we take in here, it takes about a month. And ever. I didn't know him. You can't say the rate at which we know by arriving. What do you say? Shipping. You should keep shipping, even though you don't have money to clear.
But no, would you blame the managing director?
Me blame one.
And that's why the committee rather spoke to the transport and materials.
You shouldn't rush at all.
But when Obi sending me a message, say Obi, tell Edu Asare the minister said on TV3 that if the former MD wasn't called, that was bad. He again said that he would make sure he is called.
You're not answering my question. Is that not my question you just answered? He will make sure he's called. When can't say a best friend. Me can't answer all kind of message. So what is the rush? What is the rush? The minister has stated or say your friend is saying forensic. So what is your problem? Why are we rushing to no? It's Obi. Assembly and can we Obi and now things are beginning to crystallize. Earlier on, 2-3 weeks ago, we didn't even know where the containers went. And then you say a big copy Chinese for Indian phobia, national security for so it will be and the so now we need to now follow the numbers, how we can reconcile the numbers and know whether near a Bontino say almost ton no of interest to me because near money say Anton ama ECG.
Oh, won't mean you so individual won't mean you so. I think the MD said it.
What you say? Yes. It's ECG na important na there.
It can be to ECG or any of the other companies say dealing in Sani. And the ever say cables are cable manufacturers maybe can buy. Cables aluminium woman, a bit more tonomayi. Aluminum are melt into a lot of people can make it.
And I see you so better me to be.
Obviously.
All right. This ECG na to oko imported the bar. Na ya auction e di ama private individual. Na ya koton ama ECG ana asese.
That we don't
know. No, tina me bisa no as a question.
Okay.
Ti ni nyina no forensic no ene be kire. Who the final container no nipa elandi woni dimu a onu di yiye se nipa na adwuma ben na oye baby oton wo ni ade minister no can say criminal investigations will also take place. It is your friend bibi mo na mo lawyer for dishonest receiving.
Dishonestly receiving.
And I understand am kind it is an money nyina if they come to play. I want to believe, say, the minister will not. Oh ma, enye kasa keke. If somebody has to go to jail or people have to go to jail, ma yen she na yen katakata niema so emma amanfo mfa mo hundi.
And I don't know. Obia enye just.
And I make na say make kan me nka say yen you obi nfim.
Okay.
Obia mfa ne hundi. What I say, auction man, if it was legitimately done, because usually a better auction and so.
And also,
Gazette,
What's the record is work right? Be negotiated.
There are some videos also around.
Then
some negotiating containers. But that's why forensic investigations are necessary.
Asempa baby.
Media. You see, I didn't buy my first reaction. And he said, Master, why unim say unim who be no? Go and own up. That was what I said from the beginning.
Could declare preference.
Yes, media, you see, me, ABR, you didn't have the full facts. And Charlie, you in a hostel or room. She said, me, so be bad. We have me who papa. Not say, oh, container beer. Oh, Tom. Obey the mamma to 4 born. I'm so in your soon fast. Now, Asempa anymore. Do you understand? So there are genuine culprits. I'll put that in quotes. What I say, Omono, Sebi.
Unfortunately, that person cannot escape
sanity. Law no mahu
buyer beware.
But yet they are the facts. Well, to be the fact, can reduce someone's liability. And I mean, if you say me nimti abechi me be, but Andrew. Now, no so buy or bekan ansem. It goes to reduce the involvement in a way. What I say, it you bet me no so even though you won't feel no, at least it will mitigate your case a little bit. And it all can happen when we give ourselves a bit of time and allow the system to operate. Now, me, I don't care who. Me ya boni. Now says I say a chimney too. Yes, me ye bonny. And that is how I train my kids. Say uko kodin kwasi 7B, excuse my language. Ewa bonti. You offend the law. And Obana Fuso Papa he has contacts and connection in network. He can save you. Please. You will be on your own. So I try to give you that homely charity begins at home kind of training, thing. It's no say tra. Now koye bibi different. A sign we say. Bibi betimi esia e bi anye one sheda anye boapayo. Those ones we can look into that. But say wa we nim say boni makoye boni na unim say boni amikoye betimi ama me sansunsun so na wa kwa koye. That is how I train my children. Me they be a man no down so say me pamucho the system out there and you're friendly. So be careful. Mutu amana monye say. As a minor a woman, no, we are in a hurry to make it. You know, they don't even look left or right. We just fall prey to the trappings because and all of that. And for me, I also use this as a minister's name, deputy's name, why. Yes, we are phone, sir. Whatever is happening to someone today, it can turn towards your direction tomorrow. Careful. There are a lot of perks that come with these jobs.
And temptations.
Temptations also dear tree. It tomobo. Last no be kind of more. You're saying, more boys no back. Wow, I got dying. And then 3 months. Yeah, then I say, oh, 3 months. I don't know Nim Yansana. Trying to cry. What will that do to you? Just a dying, so wouldn't be all this while wouldn't need you. And you survived. Cecilia be a when your scar, you timid Toby. Timing. Timing. Good timing is everything. Obi. Good timing is everything. Because that 3 months, so be who say what si dying and now what to die. Say a quite papa shukra now fire. Bible say we should not let our righteousness be evil spoken of. Oh yeah, the panel. Emma and seboni e woni penny so. You understand? Yes. And these are all wise say a guiding as leaders. We have to be guided. And yes, you see, look, unyasika na unyarida. Yariemboda and towa. You think say this whole world it's about make money and make money. You dey lie. You dey lie. Obi. Ikai last year for a whole month. Daho. Many yet eye surgery. And Dr. Nija lens, artificial lens here yeah. EDC me cornea no so. Mistakenly. As I sit here, my right eye, I've lost like 90% of it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Last year, it was in August last year.
A hospital in Accra here?
Yes. I thought not doing with mommy. You see, Obi, that 1 month, I have a certain underlying issue, which is not news to a lot of people. I have never been shaken by that issue. In the 5 years, I've lived with that kind of situation. This one month, that's my friends. I told them I won't survive it. I told them I won't survive it. Who bet to me? Now me the lidocaine patches. I carry me tea from me nim to my me team jam it. Say me got that hospital 6 days, 37. Me the other me calls without me say me bought down. Me team she shimmy. No, he says I make one say. The doctor did 4 surgeries in 1 month. Yes, sir. Because we are dinner, you've injured the eye.
You have to allow
time. He did 4. Mr. A novice who didn't know, he had an amical challenge, doctor. So it was after the 4th one, I didn't know. and I call at that consultation. I ended up at Kolebu, 31st August. And I'm to clear the mess. And it was from that time I'm in relief. Obi, we did that period.
Asempa FM.
The main reason I'm making this I did some job. With this kind of the money wasn't coming. Me damn password, me tea. Jammy. Also, Obama Demua. Try not to. The sound of the door. Say, chi form, chi, in a sound, mano. In Pessameti, Chalote, in Pabuasi, cow, I couldn't just me standing. Lights, to say, we see. I was in just a doom light. You want me them. Me tea jamming, me read Doretta. So them Doretta. Tramadol. Me read to say chips. Toby, and your joke as I'm not making. And this money was paid at the time. I was lying in bed. And I let no be to me phone so. Obi. Say yeah. What? Say yeah. I couldn't be bothered. At the time, what I needed
was not money.
Was not money. It Mr. Amanfo. Sikaye, I love money.
Asempa FM.
But any 10 times so. Use government yet juma shawonsa aban juma ashawonsa say yeah aban yaket juma ketua. There are allowances and who sabi a man for class support fa ho che ade e wo ho ni ade. So where is this sudden year of everyone wanting to become something? It here the bibi shawonsa just say when you so fa so mbo. I think say as a country, if there's any one area that we have failed ourselves, integrity. We have failed in the area of integrity. Minya Andrew, I said me be bunu. Onosu say unya bunu dia. Onosu as I say unya obia or ditinika. Then the cycle continues. Abrochene baby are calling in a rush call up and down. They have put in systems, and yes, I confirm you, they are there. But they have also put in systems, sir. It me checkmate, sir, at least and me and Tiano Krana. Yes. It is so perform to a large extent. Yeah, dear Barney saying, yeah, you need say, dear, ye, wow, papa, one day, you better rush now to hospital. You better do what you say and pan ho. We say container bakuna. What deep crime, quati crime, God, ye, no. Ye diminions as Canada to and pub. Baku could see what Caribbean no na, oh papa. A better so. Please, let's be guided. Politics, no, is not everything. And many ya say it's going down towards our young ones. Obi, you were here when elections at Legon. Now, Obi, or ton software now, you did election. No? When the students bought into it, I almost be used for election, not knowing say what big a system in it. Say, on only candidate are in favor of no. Say you vote 2 for BR. Unya 1 free. You heard about that? I remember. You don't remember? I don't remember. Every 4 votes that is cast in his name, the system automatically credits him with one more vote. So that year they had to, when they found out, almost cancel elections. These fire young boys, 21, 22.
In your 400 now a machine number 500 100 more. You see, Obi, I ask some minia.
So for me, it worries me. Man can't me boy. You know, sometimes.
Charles Niteko I say, Obi, please tell my brother Edu Asare to send me my percentage of the money he got the alert for. I thank him in advance. Thank you. Samuel Brian Barbin says, Obi, the $500 million ECG flying container scandal. It appears that some NDC fanatics want JJ out of the ministry. Nipa bad. Samuel Brian Boabain. I don't think we've gotten there yet. We say Obi. Good evening. Is Honorable Edu Asare asking, don't we have cameras at the airport? Ask him if we don't have cameras at the harbour and we don't have footages of it. Godfred Adoa, Ewo Bronx. Obi. I now understand why Honorable Edu Asare has not gotten and will not get any. Oh, he does not believe in President Mohammed's vision. That is why he disagrees with the call by the president to investigate the allegations made by. I don't think that's what he said, but one for Woodin and
Obi. Well, the way Crawford almost twisted in some Shenipa enum. I was appalled by the fact say Asema in so say and our committee these 4 agencies
to go and investigate.
That I stand by it. Yeah. It's not to mean say nimnia or ye. What am I saying?
Yes.
It is not to me. Me feel say Asemono, even though I am chato so be and I did 2 years so. But on also per se
or clear or mind
and for me that is I'll be or Jane call a tree. Maybe I may no. You can take it say no, please don't distort my
Obi. Ask Honorable Edu Asare whether the noise from the bank alert also disturbed his headache. Okay. Honorable Ben Aye.
Nyame can say Sikana mpusu mi Obi. Obi.
Sikaya bojo Osei. Osei oti noise kakra bia na ose na wutiri mi hyehyɛ.
Who say me phone that silent.
Okay.
Inti noise there near but who say who don't saka we na alert no any feature be beba and the amount will also show.
Amount
Oh yeah, by my standards. It was okay. You know, I mean, from where the piano me fear.
Yeah.
Man fan near memoir, do some point, you know. Charlie, Uncle said me to me free. Yeah, hallelujah. I couldn't.
It's true. At that point, money was not there.
Yes.
The main thing for you.
Peter Tosh won you down presser man.
Yeah, I think I've played it here before.
Towards the end, you know. I say you can bribe no one. Them no want no money. Them run left money. That's when money gets funny.
Yeah.
Yes. There are times when money
will get funny.
Gets funny.
Wow. Honorable Japa, Pocho, 2 minutes here. Sorry, uncle.
Asam ne de. Obi. Moko back to Asama Makana Shasano. The woman in Yamfa at the as we work in government. Ozande Yanyadam will continue the cycle. Che containers here many wings.
Yes.
What's the whole lick him? Right? But why not? Osande, right from the very beginning, what the minister had put out was suggestive. The MPP aban ne appointees be where we are containers. Then it turns out that I didn't know so. And see, MPP supporters who window of opportunity to defend their party. Those are the Osane, the reality is beginning to dawn on all of us. The containers don't me you them. Yeah. Into thousands of containers Iowa. The containers wait to under your watch. Then we go back to the bastardization. MPP, NDC. And now we are bad. But is it really the case? Bad nuts a day, a bay. Fibia mensa home. Yes. Fibia. But we paint a certain picture about ourselves. And now, cool heads are prevailing with time as we begin to interrogate the issues further. May who the OPK crowd statement be? Yeah. Hey, take out MPP and DC and let's go after the real looters. Because they be a bit office be cool there.
Oh, we did
it. Bit the home. No, look bogum because Padisi or Bokake poto or radio do. Yeah. They will pick the fight just to paint each other as the bad one. To what end? It's yes, yeah. We have to learn. Now, yenya butter. So the basis for my call there yenya butter no, it's not because of what you are thinking over there. Now that fact don't tilt. No. It's the haste to accuse ourselves of things that really, when we drill down, we will see that. Here, Nana Duranko Akufo-Addo. Private jet or fly. Some Hamas come.
She's not flying.
Oh, look. Sananda brothers apart. Oto awonye nsu na wadugum.
The deep doesn't build it.
Messi, minim, but aproncheni wa. But I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't think so because Obi, no. Honest to God, no. But in all honesty, look, why the vice president, if it was necessary, don't know when you can for medical care, why not? She's the second citizen of the land. I'm not going to sit here and say that, hey, what the end? When Dr. Baumia was flown out for medical attention, they held press conferences, said all sorts of things. I don't think that it was right then. And it certainly cannot be right now. And someone condemn. No, that kind of politics we have to move away from. I'm saying that, state, Maman Kamasam, look, yeah.
You don't clear
you sit down.
Vice President,
yeah.
Statement. Official government statement say
Chief of Staff issued a statement.
Dr. Baumia Chief of Staff issued a statement.
Before
in fact, it was the
statement that generated all the
that's true. That's true.
Before
no.
So we should move away. I believe there's a government plane on available. Now President to another charter flight. He certainly has to.
Yes, but I was on
because
flight or charter remember on yet too luxurious and very expensive.
Obi. Relativity is the it's like the stars in the sky.
This cannot do
see. Kojo.
This cannot do
yeah.
Luxury. You went for the up market.
You can say all the things that you want to say. But
to the extent that he can bath in a plane.
The point is this. What's the big deal about
private jet? How?
Oh, please.
You see?
By design, private jet be our design.
Look,
you can. Why would I have a private jet?
You can continue on this quest.
Not automatic.
Okay.
You can continue on this quest.
It's not automatic.
Osande, our political propaganda na no ya. But I'm saying that
when
look,
you even fail to identify one wrong of your government, one wrong act of your government, it's problematic.
Okay.
It's problematic. So at a point in time, you should
mean?
be able to identify say, this particular thing there, so that it tells us also who views.
Okay.
But when it is always right, you defend everything. It's not correct.
What's right? Everything have I defended? I've said
And then,
here and I've said that governance can never be perfect.
Has done wrong in your opinion. Do you know one?
Na say bibi ni ho a wo force ne so nka
bibi and I make no esara na ma waye me you know me I don't know me full say
why
baby and China you know I will say it I'll say it with respect
Obi
yeah
now President Nana Adona Akufo-Addo Kasa admitted there some things that he did made
so why are you
insight.
not saying those things
but is it the issue that we are discussing?
They are not. Those things are not on the table.
They are not on the table.
Is that the issue that we are discussing?
You are trying to paint the man as if he didn't do anything wrong. This private jet issue.
More to fall. This is how now abanimo. I will now abanim.
Yeah, the man's a man here, so don't even envisage.
You certainly are going to do it.
It won't happen. It won't happen.
Yeah.
We are measured.
And that
very measured.
Mama brother Ahmed Ibrahim.
Yes.
On the National Cathedral.
Sure. Also, it was demonized.
Who demonized it?
You.
Like the public.
Your party.
Because.
Principally.
Because when the man came, he denigrated the whole concept of the cathedral. Oba first was saying
so today.
Wanka.
Obi.
And then later when he said they will use
Obi
Abaibema assassin.
Obi.
And then later the assassin turned into money.
Obi.
Yes,
look,
please.
We can go into it. Obi.
Go into it.
The National Cathedral was under my ministry.
Okay.
Under
transport,
museums and monuments and tourism.
Okay.
And so if you want us to go into it,
we can go.
We can set up a date and come and sit here and
debate.
So,
the next time.
But if as a country,
if from the beginning,
as a country,
they did not deal well with Ghanaians on that particular scope.
If as a country, will you allow me to speak?
You want to beat me
physically?
You want to beat me?
If as a country, saying now you feel that any important state events in no or there or car park.
Which car park is?
The glorified forecourt of the State House. It's a car park.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the fine name, forecourt of State House.
58 million could have built one. Stop that.
Could
have built a place for us. 58 million. He could have built something. He couldn't. You used it to dig a hole. Please stop this. Let's be honest with ourselves for once.
You can choose to be.
You didn't hear Dage what Mills. If he had that 58 million, he would have built 3 times what we have on paper.
You can. Obi.
Yeah. You misuse and abuse the system, and then you are turning around to make it look like sorry, Kappa. So
we can
8 years
agree.
you wasted money.
We can agree to disagree. But the fact that somebody has done the design that requires a basement to be done, you will certainly dig.
Yes.
If you say that, you think that we should build something that did not require a basement.
That kind of basement now.
You can argue that. I don't have a difficulty.
But based on the plan, this is how it was supposed to be built.
IMF. Do you have to waste money like that? What's IMF for 3 billion? 3 years. And then you waste this money. We are talking about basement. Who wants a basement and for what?
The plan was drawn before.
Say on cross our plan. Where is what was the rush for us to build a national cathedral and waste the architect in $25 million?
Yeah.
The
President Kufuor used some
words. $25 million.
They know. President Kufuor used some words.
The cost of everything, but the value of nothing.
Of everything, but the value of nothing.
It's not true. This was wasteful. Period.
You see,
wasteful. Just underscore it.
I cannot. Based on the facts that I know.
Which fact?
You cannot call it wasteful.
It certainly cannot be.
Go there and see if there's anything of value there.
Of course, there won't be anything of value because if you budget, you make provision. And you don't fund,
cleared over 30
it
houses.
will be uncompleted.
30 houses just to go and do this thing.
Why not?
And you think you're right? Please.
Gentlemen.
Oh papa, Nijawa Japadia and this
don't personalize it. Don't personalize it.
What you are personalizing?
Don't personalize it.
No, because Papa Jawa Japadia
because
will you be happy?
Oh no, certainly. Osande, I will go beyond the propaganda that you are doing. And let's interrogate the concept of what they wanted to do. Saying now you're supporting, of course, His Excellency the President, his initial intent was that let's raise the funds through private sources to do it. But it wasn't forthcoming. You needed to revise it. And they came to Parliament.
You have gone to make your promise to your God.
Today.
I know you're your case.
Today, based on your promises that you made, you have taken off tax handles. That was bringing you more revenue than communication service.
Have we complained?
I'm coming. It will bite you.
Oh, you see.
You can do the politics. I don't have a problem.
Is that a wish?
You are in government. No.
The person has told you how he will plug that hole.
How is it
because there was money that was sitting somewhere that was being underutilized and abused again.
He was using. You see, you can deceive your supporters.
Okay.
You can tickle your supporters
next week.
But the fact of the matter is that Maba.
Please.
Yeah, Obi. Mercy, I will continue to advise you.
The Wonya
Butero, no 1 million suya, Nyansa, B. Infiltrate the constant arobashe.
And allegations against.
Thank you.
Please,
because look,
where you got it wrong.
I don't have a problem.
If you admit, you will go forward.
You said all sorts of things about
you will go forward.
Illegal mining on that Nana Dodankwa Akufo-Addo in the time. You did. When we were saying that, look, the politicization is not going to help us. Because if you politicize it, then you take away the ability for the political will that is needed to fight this thing, to deal with it. Because of your politics, you said all sorts of things. Abba.
And what?
3 months. You said 1 week, you can deal with it.
Who said so?
Sam George.
1 week.
1 week.
That is Sam George, president.
He said that if John Mahama comes 1 week, that's all it takes to fix this.
Every president worth his or her salt can
Mr. Mahama is not
with this.
So it's not worth his salt.
No, I'm saying there.
Remember, Mr. Mahama is not worth his salt.
You were paraphrasing.
No problem. I will quote him. Thank you. Even the quotation requires better than paraphrasing. So he is telling us that today, Mr. Mahama is not worth his salt.
Sam George is not the subject on the
by extension.
Sam George is not the.
By necessary implication.
Please.
But I'm saying that I agree that the fight requires a concerted political effort from both sides, because the water bodies
both sides
doesn't know MPP.
Why only using that to
well, you see that way. I will say it though. You have 4 years.
You knew your own party people were deeply involved.
I agree.
It is
and your party people are deeply
involved. They are still there.
MPP for now.
They haven't gone anywhere. Why investment you just sit back
in the trenches encouraging people to vote for the NDC. So yeah, but of course we saw the tapes. We saw the tapes.
You can't even
make it. And the attorney.
Abba legitimize it.
We'll be back tomorrow with more.